There is no eternal predator, only those who know how to seize in this life and death. When prey is cornered, it fights with everything it has. A desperate surge born from pure survival. Do you believe in miracles? Answer in the comments. Before they enter the final stand, when prey fight back with fury, nature has armed every creature with its own arsenal, from an ultra-reactive nervous system, to instincts sharpened over generations, to the painful lessons carved into memory. That is why, in the unforgiving battlefield of the savannah, the prey doesn't just run. She knows when to strike back, when to fall motionless, and when silence becomes her only shield. In the tense battles between prey and predators, memory and reaction can be as decisive as claws and fangs. But at the height of pure panic, instinct becomes the final barrier between survival and oblivion. Under the scorching sun of the African savannah, where golden grass stretches to the horizon, a silent ambush is forming. Shadows creep low through the vegetation, clinging to the ground like invisible winds. A group of lions is lying in wait. His eyes are fixed on a group of zebras moving calmly nearby. For them, zebras are common targets, easy to spot, living in herds, herbivores, and lacking any form of ranged attack. In the eyes of the lionesses, she appears to be the perfect prey, but none of them imagine that this hunt is about to have an unexpected ending. That accurate shot with both hind legs, the lioness is stunned. She hadn't expected that prey like a zebra could react with such ferocity. When prey faces its predator, what determines its survival is not just strength or speed, but three fundamental pillars of survival behavior: instinct, reflex, and learning. These responses may occur in fractions of a second, but behind every run, every kick, or even a seemingly hopeless standstill, lies the result of millions of years of refined evolution. Instinct, or more precisely instinctive behavior, is a sequence of actions encoded in genes. It doesn't need to be learned or practiced, and yet it is executed with precision every time. When a zebra kicks a lioness to clear a path and escape, that kick is not random. It is an innate motor pattern, a pre-programmed movement, activated by an innate release mechanism. These instinctive behaviors are rigid, inflexible, and always have a single objective: to survive. A reflex, on the other hand, is a short and immediate response, controlled by a neural reflex arc, with virtually no involvement of the cerebral cortex. It's the simplest type of behavior, yet incredibly effective. In insects like the grasshopper, for example, the collision avoidance mechanism is controlled by an independent nervous system. The kick of a zebra, which may seem insignificant compared to the sharp fangs of a lion, or the explosive leap of a cheetah, is actually one of the most efficient counterattacks among ungulates. And the most interesting thing is, he doesn't need to kill. He just needs to be precise and timely to turn the game around. Anatomically, zebras have an extremely well-developed musculoskeletal structure in the hip region. The muscles in the buttocks and thighs are among the strongest in the herbivore kingdom. The structure of the hooves is as hard as stone, with a small but highly resistant contact area. When attacked from behind, The zebra uses its two hind legs to deliver straight kicks backward or slightly angled kicks to the sides, depending on the predator's position. According to a study on the equine genus, the force of a rear kick from an adult zebra can reach between 4,500 and 6,000 newtons. With that level of force, if the kick strikes the predator's skull, jaw, or ribs, the consequences can be devastating. Fractures, concussions, neurological damage, or even internal injuries, especially if the kick is accompanied by a twist of the body. There are field reports from researchers across the Serengeti and Masai Mara, describing lionesses found with fractured jaws and torn faces, the result of a single brutal kick from a zebra. Experienced hunters understand this danger. When you approach from behind, without controlling the distance, the risk of a violent counterstrike is enormous. But a kick is not just a reaction. It is instinct, sharpened by evolution and perfected through survival. A young zebra may miss its mark, but the impulse to defend is born with it. As it grows, it learns timing, precision, and a direction that offers its best chance to escape. Instinct and experience fused into one. In complex animals, primates, elephants, we see something more: the evolution of defense, learning, imitation, behavior shaped over generations. And in the wild, instinct, reflex, and learned behavior are never separate. They blend and respond as one. Across Africa, there is no strongest kick, only the most accurate, delivered at the perfect moment. Speed, force, technique, all dictated by anatomy, weight, and the life of the animal. A zebra kicks to escape, fast, reactive, violent enough to create a moment of freedom. But the giraffe, the tallest creature on Earth, strikes with a different kind of power, a force capable of killing with a single hit. Rising 5 to 6 meters tall, the giraffe moves across the savannah like a silent giant. Its patterned coat breaks the blazing African light, allowing it to disappear into open woodlands and dry plains. With a tongue nearly 45 centimeters long, it feeds on acacia trees, neutralizing toxins that stop other animals from doing the same. From Kenya to Tanzania to Botswana, these giants roam lands where visibility is vast and danger can be detected long before it arrives. But beneath that calm exterior lies one of the savannah's deadliest defenses. A single forward strike can unleash 2, even 3,000 newtons of force. Enough to break bone, enough to kill a lion if it lands on the head. Unlike the zebra's backward kick, the giraffe strikes sideways, a sudden, violent arc meant to clear a path instantly. With height as its shield and vision like a natural watchtower, the giraffe senses predators from hundreds of meters away. In one pursuit, between 2 lionesses and a full-grown giraffe, it took only seconds for one lioness to fall behind, outpaced and exhausted. A giraffe strike can be deadly. When the blow comes from the front hoof, in a vertical descent from top to bottom, it turns those stone-hard hooves into crushing weapons. If it hits the skull of a lion, a cheetah, or even a hyena, it can cause a skull fracture, a ruptured neck, or a cerebral hemorrhage, death within minutes. The rear kick, in turn, is used to drive off predators attacking from behind, with enough force to throw them several meters backward. A special detail: unlike the zebra, which kicks to escape, the giraffe kicks to kill, especially when defending its calf. There are field reports of lionesses killed with a single strike from a mother giraffe when they tried to approach from the side. Giraffe hooves, about 30 to 35 centimeters wide, with hard, sharp edges, don't just damage the point of impact. They can tear the abdomen, fracture the spine, or crush the lungs if they land on the side of the body. This behavior is instinctive, triggered by sudden physical proximity, a classic example of an innate release mechanism. Even lions, top predators, think twice before attacking an adult giraffe. To succeed, they must bring her down first, usually by leaping onto her back or hind thighs, because as long as the giraffe is standing, every blow is a lethal threat. But not all prey has the advantage of size. Most smaller ungulates lack the strength to fight back. They must find other ways to survive. An impala approaches to drink, but beneath the surface, a Nile crocodile strikes. Perhaps the predator is inexperienced, unable to fully submerge its prey. The impala remains stuck on the edge of the well. On one side, it struggles to break free, to run, but if it cannot, it keeps its body tense against the pole, avoiding the fatal plunge. When it feels the pressure of the bite loosen, it launches a powerful push and escapes the swamp. It would have been a perfect escape if a leopard hadn't appeared. With his stealth and precision, few animals escape his claws. But there is one prey that forces him to retreat and fail in humiliating fashion: the porcupine. The Cape porcupine is the largest rodent in Africa, weighing between 10 and 30 kilograms and measuring 60 to 80 centimeters. A robust body, short legs, and a broad head covered in thick black fur. But its true weapon is its armor of spines, a masterpiece of evolution, unique among savannah mammals. Its body carries thousands of keratin quills, ranging from 20 to over 35 centimeters, arranged in layers from neck to back and down to the tail. The shorter hairs at the front are dense and rigid. The long spines on the back are hollow, lightweight, yet incredibly strong. When threatened, the porcupine raises these quills. They clash together, producing a dry, metallic sound, a clear and undeniable warning to any predator. The porcupine's habitat extends across the savannas and dry forests of southern and eastern Africa, where the hard soil and rock formations offer ideal shelter. The porcupine is a nocturnal animal, feeding mainly on roots, tubers, fallen fruit, tree bark, and occasionally gnawing on bones to supplement calcium, which strengthens its quills to the point of resembling miniature ivory tusks. Despite his slow gait, he is a true master of defense in the wild. When threatened, it doesn't run away. It turns its body around, raises all its spines, and shakes its tail. Its main natural predator is the leopard, a solitary hunter, famous for its patience and intelligence. During a hunt, a mother leopard carries her cub. Instinctive curiosity leads the young male to approach, but the porcupine does not run away. It's a clear warning. The puppy gets scared. The more experienced mother tries to manage the situation. but the result isn't much better. This behavior is instinctive, but it also has reflexive elements. When it senses pressure or physical contact, the porcupine's nervous system responds quickly, raising its quills and slapping its tail. In the end, the leopard finds herself sitting, pulling out thorns one by one, irritated and in pain. There are many records of lions and leopards that died days later due to infections caused by injuries. Thus, after the thorny confrontation, the savannah returns to its calm. Under the sparse shade of the acacia trees, a group of lions rests. Their golden bodies gleam in the twilight, intertwined with the dry grass. The dust rises slightly in the wind, carrying the scent of skin, sweat, and power. But at the center of that circle of dominance, there is something strange, small, rounded, with metallic reflections. A sphere made of compact scales, as if assembled piece by piece. While porcupine quills leave soft patches exposed, pangolins perfectly seal the gaps. The African pangolin, or Temminck's ground pangolin, is an insectivorous mammal, typical of the savannas and open woodlands from southern Africa to Tanzania. Its body measures between 80 and 100 centimeters, weighing between 12 and 15 kilograms, completely covered by scales 4 to 5 millimeters thick. The same material as human fingernails, but much harder and more resistant. The scales overlap like samurai armor, connected by a flexible skin, allowing both protection and mobility to completely roll up into a defensive sphere. When threatened, the pangolin retracts its head, contracts its back muscles, and closes its body. All vulnerable points disappear. It is an ancestral defense mechanism that has protected it for over 40 million years, with virtually no evolutionary changes. Unlike carnivores, the pangolin is a solitary and exclusively nocturnal creature. It uses its long tongue, which can exceed 40 centimeters, more than half the length of its body, to capture ants and termites in their underground nests. An adult consumes an average of 70 million insects per year, helping to control termite populations and protect savanna vegetation. Its front legs are strong, with curved claws for digging, and its scales prevent direct contact between the insects. Defensive acids and its skin. When moving, the pangolin typically arches its back and walks on its hind legs, swaying gently as if carrying a living suit of armor. Faced with the claws of a lion, its scales display all their power. No claw can penetrate them. In the first few minutes, the hunting instinct prevails, but patience begins to run out. The pangolin remains motionless, curled up like a living rock. Their strength lies not in attack, but in absolute immobility. When the predator finally gives up, it slowly unfurls its scales, stretches its neck, and walks away in calm steps, leaving small footprints on the sand. The pangolin's armor is a masterpiece of evolution, but also its limit. It protects him from any predator, but it makes him defenseless against humans, who can simply lift him, turning this natural defense into a valuable commodity on the black market. The perfection of his defense tragically became his vulnerability in the modern world. In the natural world, survival does not depend solely on physical strength, but on a combination of inherited instinct, nervous reflex, and learned behavior. The defense mechanisms of kicking and swatting spears are tools that nature has provided to maintain the ever-dynamic balance between hunter and prey. And that's precisely what makes nature a sage that is both brutal and incredibly fair. In the previous part, we witnessed the tense confrontation between lions and zebras. The attempt at help between two zebras showed that although they live in large herds, their defense system is not always able to take advantage of this number effectively. In this section, we will explore animals that not only rely on speed or camouflage to survive, but that have mastered the art of uniting and acting as a true collective machine. The African buffalo is the ultimate master of group defense. The African buffalo is one of the most dangerous ocelots on the continent. An adult individual can weigh from 500 to over 900 kilograms, with a muscular and imposing body like black rocks in motion. Its strength is so great that it can launch an adult lion into the air with a single blow, causing serious injuries. Its most lethal weapon is its curved horns, which extend to the sides and then curve upwards like sharp blades. In males, the base of the horns fuses into a thick, bony structure called a boss, a veritable protective armor over the forehead, transforming them into living fortresses. The thick, tough hide of buffalo acts as a natural armor, making the claws and fangs of lions less effective. But even more frightening than that is its unpredictable and aggressive temperament. Unlike its domesticated relatives, such as the water buffalo, the African buffalo retains a wild and primitive instinct. He fears neither humans nor lions, and above all, he never gives up. Therefore, in most hunts, lions only have a real chance when they attack the entire pride as a group and when the target is an isolated buffalo. Apart from that, any attempt could end in disaster. When the buffaloes advance together, it's like an army on the march, strong, united, and ready to fight to the end. Since buffalo hide is difficult to pierce immediately, lionesses, responsible for hunting, usually attack from behind. A well-aimed strike can throw the prey off balance and create an opportunity to bring it down. But the plan doesn't always go as expected. Upon perceiving danger, the buffalo does not run into the woods. It runs back to its herd. The reinforcement is certain. The only question remaining is whether it will arrive on time. In seconds, the roles are reversed. The lions try to continue the chase when the herd moves away, but are surprised by sharp horns ready to block their path. In another situation, when attacking a cub, lions trigger another powerful instinct, the maternal instinct. The mother's reaction ignites a flame of solidarity throughout the entire group. In buffalo, these reactions are strengthened by collective learning, where individuals learn from the group and the group responds as one. Another animal that also demonstrates impressive collective strength against predators is the chacma baboon, the largest baboon in Africa. This is a primate with extremely complex social behavior. They live in troops of up to hundreds of individuals. The social structure is well defined, with strong males positioned at the front and back of the group during movements. The females and their offspring remain protected at the center, a living fortress. They are omnivores, feeding on fruit, seeds, insects, and even meat, if the opportunity arises. Its main natural enemy is the leopard. In a bushy forest in southern Africa, at the end of a hot afternoon, a leopard moves silently, a phantom in the undergrowth, without a sound, without leaving a trace. But he doesn't know that he is approaching a veritable army. Unlike lions, leopards are not dependent on groups. It's an invisible hunter, a shadow among the branches, an assassin carved from darkness. In regions like Kruger or Okavango, more than 70% of their attacks begin from low branches or dense bushes. With sharp claws and a bite capable of crushing its prey's trachea with a single blow, it attacks when the pack is least attentive. But this time, luck was on his side. An adult male from the baboon group raises his head. No visible movement catches his attention, but he senses something, a strange smell drifting through the heat. Baboons have a highly developed sense of smell and sharp eyesight. A small signal is all it takes to activate the collective alarm system. Immediately, a loud, short, and direct scream tears through the air. It's the specific alarm for leopards. In the world of baboons, each predator has its own warning code. The sound of a leopard should not be confused with that of a lion, an eagle, or a python. Even cubs that have never seen a leopard recognize the danger and instinctively flee when they hear the alarm. The predator barely takes another step before the pack is already reorganized. The larger males advance, stand tall, bristle their fur, and let out shrill, furious cries. One of them, perhaps the dominant one, launches an attack without hesitation. Others follow behind him. It's not a desperate reaction. It's a strategy, mobbing behavior, where several individuals band together to attack a predator, depriving it of the element of surprise. The leopard wasn't expecting that. The baboon's victory lies not in killing the enemy, but in thwarting the attack before it happens. Unlike other prey that only know how to flee, baboons have a sophisticated social organization. They distribute tasks, cooperate, and make decisions as a group. Research shows that in large troops, decisions regarding movement or confrontation do not come from a single leader, but from experienced individuals, true social leaders. The collective acts as a living information network, where signals, emotions, and learning circulate and are processed in real time. In the wild, where a second's delay can cost a life. The defense of baboons depends not only on claws or teeth, but on intelligence, memory, and coordinated reaction. This is what makes them unpredictable adversaries for predators like the leopard. And often, it is precisely the unity and intelligence of the prey that makes the hunter retreat in silence. Defeated, in the previous section, we saw the confrontation between solitary predators and prey united in herds, where collective strength transforms the prey into a warrior. But in another scenario, everything becomes colder, more brutal, when a lone buffalo is ambushed by a group of male lions without a herd, without reinforcements. Unlike females, male lions are not the primary hunters, but they possess formidable physical advantages. An adult can reach 1.20 centimeters in height, weigh around 230 kilograms, with robust bones and well-developed pectoral muscles, capable of easily taking down large prey. Their claws can measure up to 3.8 centimeters, curved and sharp as blades, ideal for grabbing and tearing. The bite is powerful enough to pierce the skin of zebras, wildebeest, and even young giraffes. But what they didn't foresee was that the buffalo wouldn't accept its fate in silence. The buffalo is one of the most dangerous herbivores in Africa. When attacked, your nervous system goes on high alert, and an adrenaline rush makes you, for a moment, almost immune to pain. One of the other lions, despite their large size, remain in shallow water, growling, but lacking the courage to approach. In the water, balance is precarious, and the lion's claws lose their effectiveness. The submerged lion's body is being pressed harder and harder, almost an hour of fighting. With its large lungs and strong neck muscles, the buffalo can keep its head above water for longer periods. In the end, he grants the predator one last chance to escape and releases it. In the African savannah, the battles for survival are not always predictable duels, and sometimes the prey defies the unexpected, confronting adult lions, the kings at the top of the food chain. At another point, a group of lions finishes the hunt. A buffalo has been killed, lying motionless on the ground, and a lioness begins to devour the first pieces of the carcass. But somehow, the herd discovers the spot where their companion fell, and instead of retreating, they stop. They observe in silence. The air grows thick, as if everyone expects something imminent. The African buffalo is not only strong, it's incredibly intelligent. Their social structure is rigid, with herds that can have hundreds, even thousands of individuals. Males typically form the defensive line, positioning themselves at the edges of the group or reacting first to any threat. The bond between members of the herd is almost unbreakable, especially in the face of danger. Lions also have a sophisticated social structure. A pride typically consists of several related females, led by one or more dominant males. It is the lionesses who hunt, combining speed, cunning, and cooperation in ambushes. A lion's leap can generate over 2,000 newtons of force, enough to knock down even an unsuspecting adult horse or buffalo. But even hunters know that attacking a herd of buffalo is a risky gamble. Their horns can cause fatal injuries, and there are records of lions being killed in such confrontations. Meanwhile, the buffalo's body is still there. The lioness tries to drag the carcass inch by inch, fighting to keep her conquest, but the buffalo do not retreat. The lioness roars, takes a few steps back, but doesn't give up. Another attack, this time from the side, almost knocks her down. The confrontation continues. Both sides, predator and prey, demonstrate extreme resilience. Other lions, perhaps from another pride, approach, drawn by the smell of blood and the sounds of the conflict. A multiple confrontation is about to begin. The arrival of the second group of lions changes everything. They interrupt the fight and take the carcass for themselves, driving away the lionesses that had been hunting it. The lion's diet encompasses almost all herbivores of the savannah, even members of the Big Five, the most dangerous animals in Africa. But that's just theory. In practice, lions know when to stop, especially when facing aggressive and protective prey, such as females with cubs. In the animal kingdom, maternal instinct is not just an emotion, it's an evolutionary adaptation shaped by millions of years of natural selection. When a female gives birth in the middle of the African savannah, no one needs to teach her what to do. Instinctively, she licks the newborn's placenta to stimulate its first breath. Then she quickly takes the cub to a safer place, away from hungry eyes watching every moment. Several studies show that maternal instinct is far more than a basic caregiving impulse, especially in the work of Professor Sarah Blaffer-Hrdy, one of the world's leading evolutionary anthropologists. She argues that this behavior is an adaptive strategy, deeply rooted in evolution. According to her theory, the degree of investment a mother makes in her offspring is closely linked to her own chances of survival and future reproductive success. In African elephants, one of the most socially complex species on Earth, motherhood goes far beyond protection. It includes teaching and passing on knowledge of survival. A mother teaches her calf how to orient itself, find water during droughts, and even mourn the death of a group member, displaying remarkable emotional depth. A 30-year study by Save the Elephants in Kenya reveals that mothers play a crucial role in shaping the behavior of their young. Elephants that lose their mothers too early often become aggressive or socially disoriented. Clear evidence that maternal instinct forms the foundation of culture in highly intelligent animals. Biologically, the hormone oxytocin, the love hormone, plays a vital role in activating maternal behavior in mammals. When the newborn begins to nurse, the mother's oxytocin levels rise, strengthening their bond, suppressing pain, and intensifying her protective instincts. This mechanism functions like a pre-programmed biological miracle, where motherhood is not a choice, but an inseparable mission of the body itself. Protecting offspring is a non-negotiable instinct, and in the wild world, where every day is a battle for survival, this instinct is elevated to the extreme. No predator can make a true mother retreat, and often it is the mother's courage that makes the offspring stronger than ever. The white rhinoceros is one of the largest land mammals still in existence, second only to the elephant. Its massive body can weigh between 100 and over 2,400 kilograms, measure up to 4 meters in length, and over 1.80 meters in height at the shoulders. Its skin, up to 5 centimeters thick, has a grayish color. The term white comes from the archaic Dutch word wide, meaning wide, in reference to its broad, flat mouth. ideal for grazing. It has two keratin horns, the first of which is usually between 60 and 90 centimeters long, but can exceed 1.5 meters, and is used both for defense and in disputes between males. Its long ears rotate 180 degrees, and its small, side-set eyes allow for a wide view of the savanna, where dangers lurk everywhere. The white rhinoceros is a specialized herbivore, consuming between 40 and 60 kilograms of grasses per day. With its wide lips and powerful neck muscles, it can cut the grass close to the ground without uprooting the roots, unlike the black rhinoceros, which has prehensile lips adapted for eating leaves. Their favorite habitat is open savanna plains, with low vegetation, sparse shrubs, and shallow wetlands, extending from southern Africa to Kenya, especially in the regions of Laruve, Imphilos, Kruger, and Mkuzi. Water is essential. He needs to drink daily and often bathes in mud to regulate his temperature, ward off insects, and avoid sunburn. The reproductive cycle of the white rhinoceros is quite slow. The female remains pregnant for about 16 months and gives birth to only a single offspring, weighing an average of 50 kilograms. The cub nurses from its mother for 12 to 18 months, and during the first few years of its life, does not leave her side for a single step. This is also the period when the mother becomes extremely aggressive. Although generally calm in temperament, a female can reach speeds of 40 to 45 kilometers per hour when charging to protect her cub. With a sense of smell up to 50 times more acute than humans, the rhinoceros is able to detect predators such as lions or hyenas from hundreds of meters away. When faced with a threat, he doesn't roar, he doesn't growl, he just headbutts, raises his horn, and charges forward. A single lunge can generate over 10,000 newtons of force, enough to hurl a predator weighing hundreds of kilograms. The mother rhinoceros is extremely vigilant. One or two lions don't represent much danger, but an entire pride is a different story. Even more surprisingly, the cub doesn't feel fear either. A newborn rhinoceros can weigh up to 65 kilograms at birth. While most herbivore offspring tend to flee or lie down when danger appears, the rhinoceros calf faces head-on. When a pride of lions surrounds a mother and her cub during feeding, the little one doesn't take a step back. He stays by his mother's side, but his eyes are always fixed on the lions. When a lioness charges and sinks her claws into his shoulder, the cub lets out a roar that echoes across the savanna. Each cry is a biological alarm, a signal that instantly triggers his mother's protective instinct. The mother rhinoceros does not attack at once. She simply turns her body, facing the predator with her horn pointed straight ahead. She looks weak, but protecting her cub is her purpose. A simple movement, yet one carrying lethal intent. The lioness releases the cub, and even though he's bleeding, the young rhino keeps walking. Falling behind, he turns, and with his small horn still growing, makes a slight charge at anyone who comes too close. This is not impulsive. It is learned behavior, passed from mother to offspring. Moments later, the lions, already exhausted and impatient, finally retreat. But it's not only the great who know how to be fierce. The honey badger, known locally as hadal, is not a large animal. An adult measures just 60 to 70 centimeters, weighs between 9 and 14 kilos, and stands barely 30 centimeters tall on all fours. Yet its size does nothing to reflect the danger it carries. Its body is compact, a block of steel wrapped in fur, with a thick, tough hide almost impossible to pierce with claws or fangs. It is the creature said to know no fear. Its back is marked with a pale band of fur stretching from head to tail, a warning to any predator bold enough to challenge it. The honey badger's diet is astonishingly varied. A true omnivore, it hunts everything from venomous snakes like cobras and vipers, to lizards, insects, rodents, birds, and of course bees, hence its name. Thanks to an incredibly resilient immune system, it can survive bites from some of the world's deadliest snakes, a rarity among mammals. Its body is flexible, and its curved, powerful claws allow it to dig, tear, and climb with ease. But what truly sets it apart is its temperament. The honey badger is infamous for its aggression and boldness. It fights to the very end, even against far larger enemies. There are documented encounters where honey badgers have stood off lions, and in specific moments, emerged victorious. It lives mainly in arid regions, savannas, open forests, and even semi-arid lands across sub-Saharan Africa and northern India. A solitary creature, it lacks the complex social bonds found in hyenas or lions, but solitude never makes it vulnerable, especially when it comes to a mother. A female honey badger raises only one litter a year, usually with a single pup, and for her, that pup is everything. Any threat near the burrow is treated as immediate danger, something that must be eliminated. The following scene makes this clearer than ever. A leopard follows tracks in the dust, golden fur marked with black rosettes. A master of camouflage in low brush and dense thickets, it moves without a sound. Every step is calculated, muscles tighten, ready for an explosive strike. A solitary hunter, the leopard relies on silence, agility, and surgical precision. It can leap up to 6 meters in a single bound and bring down prey like antelopes with one decisive lunge. But today, the chosen prey is a honey badger cub, a tiny creature that has barely left its burrow, still exploring the world with unsteady steps under the watchful eye of its mother from a distance. With the sharp instincts of an experienced predator, the leopard approaches silently, ready to pounce. There is only one step left, but the scene reverses in the blink of an eye. The mother honey badger does not stop. She does not forgive. She drives the leopard until it is forced to flee, abandoning the hunt and scrambling up a tall tree to escape. On the ground below, the little mother silently returns to her cub's side. The confrontation between the leopard and the mother honey badger is living proof of the indomitable power of motherhood in the wild. But in another corner of the African plains, a similar scene unfolds, this time between a spotted hyena and a hartebeest mother. She may not be as strong as a buffalo, nor as fierce as a honey badger, but her maternal instinct drives her to fight with the same unyielding intensity. The spotted hyena is one of the most brutal and efficient predators on the African savanna. Its appearance may seem unusual, but its body is perfectly engineered for hunting. Short, robust, weighing between 45 and over 80 kilograms, shoulders higher than the rump, a broad head, and above all, one of the strongest jaws among all carnivorous mammals. Its bite force reaches 4,900 newtons, capable of crushing the femur of an adult buffalo. With With yellowish fur speckled with dark spots and a powerful neck built for tearing meat and hauling prey, the hyena is a machine of efficiency, even with its wobbly gait. The longer front legs allow endurance running, ideal for long, grueling chases deep into the night. The spotted hyena is an extremely intelligent omnivore. Its diet shifts with the seasons and opportunities. They hunt in groups, attacking wildebeest, zebras, and impalas, but they also consume carrion, earning their reputation as the scavengers of the savannah. A clan can consist of up to 80 individuals, led by an alpha female, a rare phenomenon among mammals. This matriarchal structure is highly organized, where females are larger, more aggressive, and carry androgen levels nearly twice those of males. But matriarchy does not mean harmony. Unlike elephants, the hyena clan is defined by dominance. The alpha female's rule is absolute. The males live in constant submission, always alert, vulnerable to sudden attacks by females. During a hunt, they form coordinated patterns, surround their prey, and take turns pursuing until exhaustion, a strategy powered by complex communication. Laughter-like calls, grunts, and deep, low-frequency sounds that humans can barely perceive. The habitat of hyenas extends throughout eastern and southern Africa from the Serengeti to Kruger, where there are wide plains and an abundance of prey. During the day, they hide in burrows, bushes, or among rocks. At night, when the temperature drops, they become more active. With a sense of smell 40 times more sensitive than humans, they can detect carcasses from more than 4 kilometers away. And with the ability to run more than 10 kilometers without losing pace, they can chase their victims until total exhaustion. During one of these hunts, a hyena ambushed a hartebeest calf, a species of large antelope. But before it could take its first bite, it was attacked by the cub's mother. With long, curved, and sturdy horns, the mother charged directly at the predator's shoulder. Another individual from the herd came to its aid, both taking turns aiming at the hyena's abdomen and neck, vulnerable areas. Science defines this behavior as a defensive coalition, where prey unite to fight back against a predator and save a member of the group. The hartebeest calf didn't survive the crushing bite, but its mother wouldn't let the killer go unpunished. Hartebeest, the red antelope, has a tall, slender but muscular body, weighing on average between 120 and 200 kilograms. High shoulders, a long and narrow head with V-shaped horns curved backwards, measuring about 45 to 70 centimeters. Its glossy reddish-brown coat reflects the sunlight as if blending with the color of dry grass, making it almost invisible when it stands still in an open field. The hartebeest's running style may seem awkward, with its head down and shoulders raised, but it is precisely this body structure, with long legs and a strong heart, that allows it to reach speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour and maintain endurance for longer than most other antelope species. The hartebeest's diet is simple, but it requires specific habitats. They are selective herbivores, consuming only the tenderest parts of protein-rich grasses. That is why they often move, following the trails of rain, in search of newly sprouted pastures. The ideal habitat is the dry savanna in soft, tricholine grasses, where visibility is wide and the wind helps to detect predators in advance. With keen eyesight and quick reflexes, a hartebeest can spot lions or cheetahs from over 400 meters away. And just a leap or quick head movement will instantly cause the entire herd to change direction to escape. In the group structure, females and offspring form stable units, while adult males occupy territories of 2 to 4 kilometers squared, marking them with scent and feces. The time for playback occurs at the end of the rainy season. After about 8 months of gestation, the female usually gives birth to a cub weighing 12 to 15 kilograms. The cub stands up in a few minutes and can chase after its mother in 15 minutes. Hartebeest defense combines speed, vigilance, and team spirit. When attacked, the herd does not scatter, but spins and moves in unpredictable ways, confusing predators. The leader individuals, usually robust males, confront the predator with charges when it gets too close. With an estimated impact force of over 1,000 newtons, the sharp horns can break a cheetah's ribs or cause serious injury to a hyena. The neck and shoulder muscles are developed to deliver powerful blows in direct confrontations. In nature, force doesn't always determine the outcome. Survival instinct, learning capacity, body structure, and even the maternal instinct. All of this transforms those who seem fragile into true warriors. This is the only justice that nature grants, and sometimes that is exactly what makes wildlife so stunning and breathtaking. But like the poor calf of the hartebeest, not all resistance leads to a happy ending. Tragedy and hope are never separated by clear lines. The line between them is as thin as a feather carried by the wind. When prey reacts forcefully, even counterattacking spectacularly, these rare moments remind us of the fierce survival instinct woven into nature. But nature is never predictable. Sometimes, a hunt is reversed not by the prey itself, but by a third visitor appearing at the perfect moment. And here, in the vibrant heart of the African savanna, the hippopotamus is the silent author of these unexpected turns. The hippopotamus is one of the largest land animals alive, second only to the African elephant in weight. An adult can weigh up to 3 tons and stretch nearly 5 meters long. Despite looking slow, gentle, almost lazy in the water, do not be fooled. It is one of the most territorial, most aggressive mammals in the natural world. They are semi-aquatic creatures, living their lives in the rivers, lakes, and swamps of sub-Saharan Africa. Though herbivores feeding mainly on soft grasses at night, hippos carry an instinct for violence that awakens not from hunger, but from the defense of space, of territory, of survival. An adult hippopotamus can open its jaws to 150 degrees, revealing tusks longer than a man's forearm. Its bite can crush a crocodile's skull or smash a wooden canoe in a single strike. Unlike most herbivores that flee from conflict, the hippopotamus never backs down. It charges lions, challenges crocodiles, and will confront humans if pushed too far. And even animals that simply wander a few meters too close to its patch of water may face its wrath. In the wild, the hippopotamus may not be king of the forest, but it is certainly the god of swamp fury. That is why even the greatest predators of the savanna respect one unspoken rule: never enter a hippopotamus's territory. The African wild dog is one of the continent's most accomplished hunters. A living testament to coordination, discipline, and strategy. Its body is built for endurance, for precision, for efficiency in every chase. Standing roughly 75 centimeters tall and weighing up to 36 kilograms, it carries a slender frame, long legs, and a deep chest, perfectly engineered for long-distance pursuit. Unlike the cheetah, which relies on explosive speed, the wild dog maintains a relentless pace, 50 to 60 kilometers per hour, turning them into the marathon runners of the African plains. The difference lies in the superior group strategy. A pack can have up to 20 individuals coordinating attacks to surround, divide, and subdue prey. They communicate through high-frequency sounds and body language, taking turns leading, pressing forward, and delivering the final blow. Even large prey such as eland, kudu, or hartebeest can be relentlessly hunted until they succumb. Their teeth are sharp and strong, allowing them to tear flesh quickly, even while the prey is still alive, speeding up digestion in a competitive and hostile environment. The combination of strength, intelligence, and discipline makes them highly efficient predators, with a success rate of up to 80%, higher than any other carnivore in Africa. Today, the pack is targeting a waterbuck. It is one of the most unique antelope species in Africa. It stands out for its robust body, thick neck, rough fur, and a white elliptical circle around its buttocks, an unmistakable characteristic mark. The adult male can reach up to 1.30 meters in height at the shoulders, weigh over 260 kilograms, and possess curved horns nearly 1 meter long, sharp as spears, used for defense when cornered. Only the males possess horns, which they use both in fights for females and for defense against predators. The most noticeable feature of the waterbuck is its thick, oil-coated coat secreted by special glands. This oil not only makes the fur waterproof, but also emits a characteristic odor that is believed to deter some predators, although there is still controversy about this. They live near water, usually choosing swampy, lake, or river areas to take shelter and hide. Excellent swimmers, waterbucks use their aquatic abilities to escape when pursued, but today their choice was a fatal mistake. The pack of African wild dogs followed closely, growling and circling along the bank. The waterbuck, in a panic, threw himself into the water, which seemed to be a safe zone, but he didn't realize he had invaded the territory of the swamp ruler. An adult hippopotamus began to move forward, like a living block of steel, charging at the intruder. Without distinguishing between friend or foe, carnivore or herbivore, the hippopotamus considers any strange creature in its waters as a threat, and in an instant, that gigantic jaw grabbed the waterbuck and submerged him. With superior strength, the hippopotamus didn't need a second attempt. The prey was crushed in one bite, and the escape turned into tragedy. In nature, water is a source of life, but it can also be a place of demise. And that water isn't just hippopotamus territory. There is another species, also amphibious, but of a predatory nature. The Nile crocodile is a surviving representative of the dinosaur era, with a biological design virtually unchanged for tens of millions of years. Measuring 5 to 6 meters in length and weighing almost a ton, it is the undisputed ruler of Africa's rivers, lakes, and brackish waters. Its deadly weapon is its gigantic jaw, with a bite force of up to 16,460 newtons in the largest individuals, far stronger than lions or tigers. Teeth, between 64 and 68, cone-shaped, are not used for chewing, but for penetrating, holding, and dragging prey into the water. The Nile crocodile's hunting strategy is ambush. They can remain motionless in the water for hours, camouflaged in the mud, exposing only their eyes and nostrils. When prey, such as antelopes, zebras, or buffalo, approach the shore, they suddenly emerge with terrifying speed, bite, and drag them into the water. Once captured, applies the death row technique, the deadly rotation, to tear the flesh and quickly suffocate the prey. Nowhere in the water is safe when the Nile crocodile is lurking. A blue wildebeest bends down to drink water. It is one among millions of antelopes that undertake the annual migration, traversing hundreds of kilometers of dry savanna in search of fresh pastures. With a robust body, the adult male can weigh up to 290 kilograms and reach speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour in short sprints. The curved and sharp horns serve not only to compete for females, but also as a last resort when cornered. Although it cannot run as fast as a cheetah, the wildebeest possesses extraordinary stamina, maintaining high speed for long distances, causing many predators to give up from exhaustion. They are a primary food source for many predators, such as lions, hyenas, crocodiles, and wild dogs. But it is precisely the resistance, the capacity for adaptation, and the survival instinct that make this species a symbol of resilient life in the harshest environments in nature. The predator was already waiting. The crocodile suddenly emerged from the water, biting firmly onto the wildebeest's leg. A harrowing struggle began. The antelope struggled, kicked and spun, churning the surface of the water. This desperate movement caught the attention of a pair of hippos nearby. Two hippos advanced, not out of compassion, but because of the sound that invaded their tranquil waters. In the chaos, the hippo's heavy bodies may have pressed down on the crocodile, forcing it to release its prey. And in a miraculous moment, the wildebeest escaped the deadly jaws and staggered to the shore, surviving. Why did the wildebeest manage to survive while the waterbuck didn't? The answer lies on the border between choice and instinct. The waterbuck intentionally sought shelter within the hippopotamus's territory, a misguided decision. The wildebeest only accidentally put his feet on the water's edge to quench his thirst, and when danger arose, he simply tried to escape. In the eyes of a hippopotamus, a creature struggling to escape is completely different from an intruder swimming toward the center of its aquatic territory. Thus, in a seemingly tragic scene, a spark of light emerges. The blue wildebeest not only escaped death, but continued its migration, continued its reproduction, and transformed barren grasslands into new, vibrant lands. In a world where life and death are always side by side, where the strongest is not only the predator, sometimes the appearance of a third force like the hippopotamus creates unexpected twists. Tragedy and hope, like two faces of nature, intertwine along the red, dusty rivers of the savannah. When death is just a breath away, nature witnesses reactions that go beyond any prediction. There is no more room for resignation. There is no turning back. Those considered weak rise up not to win, but to fight to the end. We are used to the image of the predator, courageous, silent, precise. But what few expect is the incredible resilience of those who seemingly only know how to run away. An antelope uses its horns to injure the leopard. A rabbit delivers an unexpected kick that sends the venomous snake backing away, or a group of buffaloes bands together to save their companions from the lion's clutches. This is not a miracle, it's a sharp, intelligent, and sometimes rule-breaking survival instinct. Resistance comes not only from physical strength, but also from strategy. Many prey animals use natural weapons, jaws, horns, paws, transforming their bodies into a defensive wall. Some choose the clever approach, feigning death, camouflaging themselves, distracting the hunter. There are behaviors in nature that even reflect a form of collective intelligence. There, the living being is not only fighting for itself, but is willing to fight for the survival of the group. However, not every reaction results in victory. There are creatures that fall, but leave marks that make even the predator hesitate next time. And so, nature records an immutable truth. No one is always strong. No one is always weak. Only those who know how to seize the final moment truly survive. And what do you think? Could it be that true strength lies not in the fangs, but in the will not to surrender? Leave your comment below. When an impala uses its last strength to charge directly into the jaws full of fangs of a leopard, it's not just a survival reflex. And when a herd of buffalo turns, bravely attacking the predator that is pursuing the weakest individual in the group, what we witness is no longer just instinct. This is resilience, a courageous and determined choice for survival. In the harsh world of the African savannah, with its vast fields and unpredictable territories, survival has never been solely a matter of strength. It is a constant test of adaptation, resilience, and also hope. However, nowadays, even the most intense survival reactions are becoming more fragile than ever, as the very environment they depended on is slowly disappearing. The African savannah was once the vibrant stage for the relentless struggle between predator and prey. But now, in addition to fangs and horns, animals face an invisible enemy: climate change. According to the United Nations report of 2023, the average temperature in the Sahara and Sub-Saharan region has increased by more than 1.5 degrees Celsius in the last 50 years, twice as fast as the global average. A single second. The razor-thin boundary between survival and death. Here in Uganda, hesitation is a luxury no creature can afford. Every movement is a gamble, and every mistake can be fatal. Danger doesn't only stalk the open plains, it can erupt without warning from the shadows beneath your feet. Welcome to Uganda, where every sunrise ignites another relentless battle for survival. Here, the mighty African buffalo is more than a giant grazer. It is the ultimate prize, a challenge that can determine whether a pride of lions eats or starves. At the heart of this untamed wilderness lies Queen Elizabeth National Park, nestled within the ancient Albertine Rift, a colossal geological fracture stretching for thousands of miles along Africa's western edge. Millions of years ago, this landscape was forged in fire. Rivers of molten lava and violent volcanic eruptions transformed the region into a hostile world of ash and flame. Those once raging volcanoes stand silent, their craters reborn as shimmering salt lakes that glitter beneath the African sun. The volcanic ash that once brought destruction has become one of the richest soils on Earth, nourishing vast grasslands that sustain an extraordinary abundance of wildlife. Yet beneath this breathtaking beauty lies a world governed by one unforgiving law: survive or perish. As the dry season tightens its grip, water becomes scarce. Prey gathers in ever larger herds, and tensions rise across the savannah. Every predator knows this is the moment to strike. A brutal confrontation suddenly erupts. In an instant, the hunter's advantage disappears. The predator has become the one absorbing the punishment. The tables have turned. The Cape buffalo herd has transformed a desperate hunt into a chaotic retreat, forcing Africa's most formidable predators to abandon the chase. But for the lions of Ishasha, retreat is never defeat. Instead of standing their ground, they ascend into the branches of towering fig trees, revealing one of the rarest behaviors ever observed in lions. These remarkable climbers have turned the treetops into natural fortresses, escaping the relentless swarms of biting tsetse flies, while gaining an unrivaled view of the vast savannah below. From these lofty perches, nothing escapes their attention. Every movement across the grasslands is carefully monitored, every opportunity patiently awaited. The tree-climbing lions of Ishasha live in close-knit family groups, typically made up of 1 or 2 dominant males, several lionesses, and a growing generation of playful cubs. What truly sets these prides apart is the role of the fathers. Across much of Africa, male lions lead turbulent lives, constantly challenged by rivals and often driven from their territories. But in Uganda, the story unfolds differently. Here, dominant males remain with their families for years, investing their strength not only in defending territory, but also in protecting the pride itself. They roam less, fight less frequently, and provide an unusual level of stability rarely seen elsewhere on the continent. As a result, Uganda's lions experience one of the lowest rates of male turnover anywhere in East Africa. Fewer violent takeovers mean fewer deadly conflicts and a more secure environment for raising cubs. Yet this peaceful family life comes at a cost to another master predator. As lions increasingly claim the safety of the treetops, the elusive leopard is being forced to surrender its most valuable refuge. For generations, leopards relied on towering acacias and giant fig trees to conceal themselves and cache their kills beyond the reach of scavengers. But now those same branches are occupied and forced to rewrite its entire strategy. Rather than climbing toward the canopy, it melts into dense undergrowth. It travels beneath the cover of darkness, avoiding open ground whenever possible, and hides its prey where few predators would ever think to search. In this increasingly contested landscape, survival is no longer determined by strength alone. A true apex predator is not simply the one that can overpower its prey, but the one that knows when to remain unseen. Because whenever lions and leopards cross paths, the outcome is rarely in doubt. Even a single lioness possesses enough power to overwhelm a fully grown male leopard. Faced with such overwhelming odds, direct confrontation is never an option. The leopard waits. Patient, silent, invisible. Hunger, however, leaves no room for hesitation. As darkness settles across western Uganda, the hunt begins. The sun disappears behind the rugged Rwenzori Mountains, whose towering peaks form the natural frontier between Uganda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. These ancient mountains shelter one of Africa's richest ecosystems, home to an astonishing diversity of wildlife, including more than 70 species of nocturnal predators. With the last traces of daylight fading from the sky, the rhythm of the savannah changes. The daytime chorus falls silent. In its place come distant mating calls, cautious footsteps hidden in the grass, and the near imperceptible movements of hunters emerging from the darkness. The night now belongs to the predators. As darkness settles over Uganda, the landscape undergoes a remarkable transformation. A different world awakens. For the great feline predators, this is the hour they were built for. Hidden behind each retina lies a remarkable reflective layer known as the tapetum lucidum, a biological mirror that bounces incoming light back through the eye, dramatically enhancing vision in near total darkness. While most of the savannah struggles to see, the hunters see almost everything. The disciplined formations that held firm beneath the sun begin to unravel under the cover of night. Confusion spreads, and even the strongest herd becomes vulnerable. For every predator, this fleeting window of darkness is priceless. By dawn, the advantage will disappear. As sunlight floods the plains once again, herbivores regain their sharp vision. Morning mist dissolves into the warming air, and birdsong signals that the night's hunters must retreat. In the African wilderness, survival is measured not only by strength, but by timing. Among the open grasslands roams one of Uganda's most iconic antelope, the Uganda kobe, the nation's symbolic hoofed mammal and a close relative of the impala. Living in large herds, these graceful antelope rely on extraordinary speed, agility, and constant vigilance to evade predators. But today, fortune favors the hunter. Two rival males are locked in an intense territorial battle. Their antlers intertwine as each struggles for dominance, neither willing to surrender. In their determination to defeat one another, they forget the one enemy that truly matters. Unable to break free and unable to flee, they have become easy targets. Hidden nearby, the leopard waits. It has learned that patience often kills more effectively than speed. Within seconds, the contest is over. Instinct immediately takes over. Every leopard knows that making the kill is only half the battle. Keeping it is something else entirely. Possessing extraordinary upper body strength, a leopard can haul prey weighing twice its own body mass high into the branches of a tree. Massive shoulder and neck muscles generate immense pulling power, allowing it to lift carcasses far beyond the reach of scavengers and rival predators. But in Ishasha, even the treetops are no longer safe. A lioness has arrived. Unlike the heavier males, lionesses are leaner, lighter, and far more agile. Weighing roughly 30% less than adult males, they possess a more flexible frame that allows them to climb with surprising ease. The leopard suddenly realizes its advantage has vanished. There is no hope of winning a direct confrontation. Then, in the blink of an eye, everything changes. Leopards possess some of the fastest neuromuscular reflexes in the entire cat family. Their nervous system can launch the body from complete stillness into explosive acceleration in only fractions of a second. Across Uganda's grasslands, another drama is unfolding. The breeding season has transformed peaceful meadows into fierce arenas of competition. Driven by surging testosterone, male Uganda kob become intensely territorial. Specialized scent glands along their legs and neck release powerful chemical signals, marking ownership and provoking rivals into violent contests. Fear is abandoned, pain becomes irrelevant. Every clash serves a single purpose: to earn the right to pass on their genes to the next generation. But while the males focus entirely on one another, another predator is watching. Nature has always favored the patient observer. A single moment of distraction is all a hunter needs. The lioness locks onto her chosen victim. She explodes from cover with overwhelming force. For the unfortunate kob, the struggle lasts only moments. In the wild, hesitation is costly. The hunt ends almost as quickly as it began. But every hunt tells a different story. If the chase begins too far away, the outcome can change completely. The moment the Uganda kob senses danger, it becomes one of the fastest antelope in Africa, capable of reaching speeds of nearly 80 kilometers per hour and launching itself more than 2 meters into the air. It transforms the open savannah into an obstacle course for its pursuers. Instead of fleeing in a straight line, the kob bursts into unpredictable zigzags and explosive leaps, forcing even the most experienced lions to constantly readjust their pursuit. More often than not, the hunter is left exhausted, and the prey escapes. Then the seasons change. With the arrival of the rains, Uganda is transformed. Within weeks, the dusty plains erupt into a sea of vibrant green. Fresh grasses surge from the fertile volcanic soil, growing so rapidly that they can reach an antelope's belly in little more than a week. Life returns with astonishing speed. Yet despite this extraordinary fertility, much of Uganda does not become dense forest. The reason lies with the continent's greatest landscape engineers, the African elephant. An adult elephant consumes up to 150 kilograms of vegetation every single day. As it feeds, it uproots shrubs, snaps young trees, and tears apart dense thickets. What appears to be destruction is, in reality, an act of renewal. By opening the forest canopy, elephants allow sunlight to reach the ground, creating ideal conditions for grasses to flourish. Studies have shown that where elephants thin dense woodland, grass diversity can increase dramatically within just a few months. Those grasslands, in turn, sustain immense herds of antelope, buffalo, and zebra, the foundation upon which every great predator depends. This is the season of abundance. Across the savannah, new life appears almost everywhere. Tiny newborns take their first uncertain steps beneath the watchful eyes of their mothers. But nature grants no holiday from survival. While the lionesses devote themselves to raising vulnerable cubs, hunting becomes a responsibility that increasingly falls to the pride's dominant male. Here in Uganda, fatherhood means far more than guarding territory. The male lion becomes both protector and teacher. He begins leading his growing sons into the field, introducing them to the complex art of the hunt. At around 1 year of age, young lions start accompanying adults, carefully observing every stalk, every charge, and every mistake. For now, they watch. Soon, they will learn by doing. The father's first lesson is simple. Bring the prey down before reaching for the throat. Every successful hunt begins with balance, timing, and control. Today's target is a young elephant. Although enormous, it lacks the experience and lightning-fast reactions of a fully grown adult. Working together, the pride exploits every weakness. Success brings an extraordinary reward. A young elephant weighing around 500 kilograms can provide enough food to sustain an entire pride for several days. But feeding the family is only part of the lesson. If these young males are ever to become pride leaders themselves, they must master far greater challenges. Only days later, another test awaits. Now approaching adulthood, the young lions prepare for one of Africa's most dangerous examinations. The African buffalo. Massive, fearless, and fiercely protective, it is among the most formidable opponents any predator can face. One well-placed sweep of its crescent-shaped horns is powerful enough to cripple or even kill a fully grown lion. Yet the risk is matched by the reward. A mature Cape buffalo can weigh close to 900 kilograms, enough to feed an entire pride for days. There is no greater proving ground. Only by facing such formidable prey can an apprentice hunter earn the experience needed to one day rule the savannah. In Uganda's sprawling wetlands, Cape buffalo gather in immense herds, forming living fortresses across the floodplains. Each animal is heavily built, fiercely defensive, and armed with sweeping horns capable of turning the hunter into the hunted in an instant. The lions know this all too well. Experience has taught them one unforgiving lesson: never give a buffalo the chance to face you. A single charge can shatter bones, and one well-placed sweep of those massive horns is enough to kill a lion. So the pride relies on patience instead of brute force. They spread out silently, surrounding the herd from every direction before slipping into the buffalo's blind spots. Every step is calculated, every movement coordinated. There is no rush. Patience is the lion's greatest weapon. Minute by minute, they wear down their chosen victim, draining its strength until resistance finally gives way. The hunt is over, but the feast has only just begun. The scent of fresh blood drifts across the savannah, carried on the wind like an irresistible invitation. Before long, the first scavenger arrives. The spotted hyena. Often misunderstood as little more than a scavenger, the spotted hyena is one of Africa's most formidable carnivores. Its crushing jaws are powerful enough to splinter solid bone, extracting nutrients that almost every other predator leaves behind. Even the toughest skeleton becomes a meal. The calcium-rich remains pass through an exceptionally efficient digestive system, leaving behind the hyena's unmistakable chalk-white droppings, a signature of an animal that wastes almost nothing. High above, another cleanup crew is already circling. Vultures. Their eyesight is among the sharpest in the animal kingdom, capable of detecting a carcass from more than a kilometer above the ground. But their greatest weapon lies inside. The acid within a vulture's stomach is powerful enough to destroy dangerous bacteria, including pathogens responsible for diseases such as anthrax and cholera, microorganisms that would prove deadly to most other animals. By rapidly consuming decaying carcasses, vultures perform one of nature's most vital services, helping prevent disease from spreading across the ecosystem. Every predator, every scavenger. While the pride is away hunting, one ambitious young male decides to test himself alone. A buffalo calf appears to be an easy opportunity. Confident that the prize belongs to him, he begins to feed. But he is not alone. Hidden just beneath the surface, another predator has been waiting. The Nile crocodile. It has gone weeks without a substantial meal. For a hungry crocodile, ownership means nothing. Only opportunity matters. With explosive speed, it lunges toward the carcass. The young lion immediately recognizes the danger. The Nile crocodile possesses the most powerful bite force of any living animal. This is not a battle worth fighting. Reluctantly, the lion abandons his prize. For the crocodile, stealing the meal is not an act of aggression. It is simply survival. Across Africa, countless encounters between crocodiles and terrestrial animals occur along the water's edge. Any movement near the shoreline has the potential to become prey. It makes little difference whether the victim is an antelope, a lion, or even a buffalo. For buffalo, water is both a sanctuary and a deadly trap. Mud wallows offer welcome relief from the relentless African heat, while coating the skin with a protective layer that helps repel biting insects. But comfort often comes at a price. During the rainy season, much of Ishasha's landscape is transformed into deep marshland. Only scattered patches of higher ground remain firm beneath the feet. the lions understand this perfectly. Rather than entering the unstable wetlands, they wait patiently from solid ground, watching as the buffalo venture into the thick mud below. If a buffalo escapes the jaws of a crocodile, another enemy still awaits. Lions, the untold story of Africa's true kings. Long before the first rays of sunlight sweep across the African savannah, before zebras begin their endless migration, and before elephants carve fresh paths through the grasslands, the rulers of this kingdom are already awake. Hidden beneath the last shadows of night, golden eyes scan the darkness with unwavering focus. Every scent carried by the wind, every distant hoofbeat, and every movement in the tall grass could mean the difference between survival and starvation. This is the world of the African lion. For thousands of years, no other predator has inspired as much admiration or as much fear. Its roar can travel nearly 8 kilometers across the open plains, a thunderous declaration that echoes long before the animal itself is ever seen. Yet behind this legendary reputation lies a far more complex story. The lion is not simply a fearless hunter. It is a master strategist, a devoted parent, a relentless warrior, and above all, a survivor. Unlike almost every other member of the cat family, lions have abandoned the solitary life. Instead, they have chosen something far more powerful: family. A pride is not merely a group of lions. It is a highly organized society where every individual has a purpose. Experienced lionesses form the heart of the pride, hunting together, raising cubs together, and defending one another against constant threats. Years of cooperation have transformed them into one of the most efficient hunting teams on Earth. The males fulfill a different role. Their immense size is not built for speed, but for dominance. An adult male can weigh more than 250 kilograms, with massive shoulders and powerful forelimbs, capable of overpowering prey that would overwhelm almost any other predator. Yet their greatest battles are rarely fought for food. Instead, they fight for territory, for leadership, and for the future of the pride itself. Few predators understand the value of teamwork better than lions. A solitary hunter stands little chance against prey several times its own size, but a coordinated pride becomes one of nature's most formidable forces. Together, they can bring down Cape buffalo weighing nearly a ton, young giraffes towering above them, and on rare occasions, even juvenile elephants. Such victories are only possible through cooperation, precision, and extraordinary patience. Yet success is never guaranteed. For every hunt that ends with a meal, many more end in failure. Hours of careful stalking can be undone by a single careless footstep, a sudden shift in the wind, or one alert antelope raising its head. On the African savannah, perfection is rewarded with survival, while even the smallest mistake is punished with hunger. As the morning sun rises over the endless grasslands, thousands of herbivores spread across the plains, unaware that another day of life and death struggle has already begun. Hidden among the golden grasses, the lions remain almost invisible, conserving their strength and waiting with remarkable patience. Somewhere out there, one animal will make a single mistake, and when it does, the kingdom's true rulers will reveal themselves. As the sun climbs higher, the African savannah seems peaceful. Vast herds of zebra, wildebeest, and antelope spread across the open plains, taking advantage of the cool morning to feed. To an untrained eye, it is a landscape of calm. But hidden beneath the golden grass, another drama is quietly unfolding. Lionesses begin to move. Unlike their heavily built male counterparts, lionesses are lighter, faster, and remarkably agile. Every hunt depends on their speed, endurance, and above all, their ability to work together. Over countless generations, they have refined cooperation into an art form, making lions the only truly social cats on Earth. There is no leader barking commands. Every movement is guided by instinct and experience. A subtle glance, a shift in posture, or a slight flick of the tail is often enough to coordinate the entire pride. Each lioness understands her role long before the chase begins. One circles wide to cut off the escape route. Another melts into the tall grass ahead of the herd. The others remain hidden, patiently waiting for the perfect opportunity. The wind is just as important as the prey. A lion's sense of smell is excellent, but so is that of its victims. If the breeze carries even the faintest scent of a predator toward the herd, the hunt will be over before it begins. Every approach is planned with the wind in mind, allowing the hunters to remain invisible until the final seconds. Lion prides in Chobe National Park are masters of teamwork, with the agile and tenacious females taking the lead in hunts. Silently, they traverse the grasslands, using every shadow and the faint shimmer of moonlight to approach their prey within 50 to 100 feet. Each step is as light as a whisper, yet beneath their stealth lies compressed muscular power, ready to explode in an instant. Lions aim for critical points, the neck, hind legs, or belly, delivering a bone-crushing bite with a force of 650 pounds per square inch, akin to the blow of a sledgehammer. But their success with a bite force nearly double that of a male lion, hyenas are formidable adversaries, especially when united. Patient and calculated, they often wait for lions to finish part of their meal before advancing, or confront the pride head-on when necessary. This coldly efficient strategy often shifts the balance of power. In every encounter, the savannah's delicate equilibrium hangs in the balance. Lions wield immense individual strength, with adult males weighing nearly 3 times as much as the average hyena. However, hyenas counter with collective intelligence, operating like a finely tuned machine. When the ratio tips to 3 hyenas for every lion, victory often belongs to the hyenas. Yet larger lion prides with 10 or more members typically hold their ground, with a success rate of 65% in defending their kills. Even so, these battles leave scars, etched on bodies and remembered in instinct. They are not mere conflicts between 2 species, but the essence of ecological balance. Lions act as regulators, hunting buffalo, zebras, and impalas to keep herbivore populations in check. By targeting the weak, elderly, or injured, lion prides ensure these populations remain healthy and sustainable. However, when hyenas intervene, the balance shifts. Losing more than half their kills forces lions to hunt more frequently, increasing the pressure on herbivore populations, particularly during the dry season. Competition between lions and hyenas is not merely fierce, it is a driving force behind evolution. To survive in Chobe, lions have adapted by forming larger prides of 10 to 15 members, better equipped to defend their kills from hyena clans. However, this strategy comes at a cost. Larger prides require more food, and during extended dry seasons when resources are scarce, they face the looming threat of starvation. Hyenas, on the other hand, continuously refine their strategies. They no longer rely solely on overwhelming numbers, but have learned to coordinate their attacks with precision. Using their eerie calls to disrupt lion formations, they strike from multiple directions, sowing chaos. A 2024 study revealed that hyenas' success rates increase dramatically when their numbers are at least 3 times those of the lions. Far from being mere scavengers, hyenas are nature's recycling machines, efficiently consuming what lions leave behind, ensuring minimal waste in the ecosystem. The rivalry between these apex predators has far-reaching effects beyond their direct confrontations. Herbivores, ever vigilant, alter their behaviors to avoid high-risk zones, seeking safer grazing areas. Vegetation, in turn, benefits from controlled grazing pressure, allowing ecosystems to regenerate and flourish. This intricate web of interactions highlights how the relentless competition between lions and hyenas influences the survival strategies of countless species, while promoting the overall health and resilience of the savanna ecosystem. It is a testament to the interconnectedness of nature and the vital role competition plays in maintaining balance in the wild. There exists a place where time flows endlessly, a realm where the pulse of life beats in harmony with nature's rhythm, the Serengeti Mara ecosystem. Spanning across Tanzania and Kenya, it is the heart of wild East Africa. This land is more than a vibrant canvas of nature. It is a living story of life, death, and renewal, written in the rhythm of rain, the movement of herds, and the boundless expanse of its grasslands. The Serengeti Mara is not merely an ecosystem. It is a grand theater of existence. The annual migration brings millions of grazers, wildebeests, zebras, and gazelles, traversing the plains in search of fresh pastures. In their wake follow the predators, lions waiting in the tall grasses to ambush the weak or young, and hyenas trailing with their eerie laughter, ever ready to seize an opportunity. As the sun rises over the vast grasslands of the Masai Mara, its golden rays illuminate each blade of grass, heralding a new day of life and struggle. These plains transform into a battlefield where lions and spotted hyenas compete relentlessly for dominance over the resources brought by the Great Migration. The influx of millions of wildebeests and zebras turns the Mara into the epicenter of dramatic hunts and fierce confrontations. Lions, masters of ambush, use the tall grass as their ally. With raw power and precision, an adult lion, up to 420 pounds, can bring down a wildebeest with a single decisive pounce. In contrast, hyenas rely on endurance and strategy. With hearts disproportionately large for their size, hyenas possess incredible stamina, enabling them to pursue prey over long distances. Their numerical advantage and eerie, cacophonous calls create chaos within the herds, isolating the young or weak. Once a wildebeest falters, the hyena's trap closes swiftly, and the unfortunate prey becomes another thread in the intricate tapestry of the savanna's cycle of life. Here, in the Serengeti Mara, every creature plays a role in the endless drama of survival. However, the struggle for survival in the Masai Mara is far more intricate than a mere competition between lions and hyenas. The drama intensifies with the presence of nomadic lions, solitary wanderers who exist on the fringes of pride territories. These outcasts, unbound by allegiance to any pride, roam in search of new territory or a pride to claim. Their presence not only adds chaos to the ecosystem, but also disrupts the established order. These young male lions often attack established prides, overthrowing dominant elders and killing cubs to assert dominance. This brutal strategy, while natural, significantly reduces cub numbers and weakens prides for extended periods. As a result, pride members often disperse, leaving the territory vulnerable. The pride's weakened state enables hyenas to expand their influence, thriving in areas once dominated by lions. Hyenas quickly exploit the vacuum left by declining lion populations. Large clans, sometimes exceeding 50 individuals, take over critical hunting grounds and control access to vital water sources. Allowing smaller or weaker lions to steal their kills. However, they rarely hold the upper hand against strong lion prides with adult males, which effectively defend their territories and prey. Conflicts between the two often leave scars on the savannah, evidence of their relentless struggle. The dynamic between lions and hyenas is more than a clash of apex predators. It profoundly influences the balance of the entire Serengeti Mara ecosystem. As lion populations decline, the burgeoning hyena numbers place increased pressure on smaller herbivores, such as Thompson's gazelles. Overpredation on these may change their routes to avoid areas of high hyena density, further destabilizing ecological cycles that have endured for millions of years. The competition between lions and hyenas is a crucial factor in maintaining the balance of the Masai Mara ecosystem. However, when one species gains overwhelming dominance, the equilibrium becomes vulnerable to disruption. A 2024 report revealed that rising hyena populations can reduce small herbivore numbers in a given area by up to 20% within 5 years. This decline not only impacts wildlife, but also transforms the landscape, as reduced grazing alters the structure and diversity of grasslands. Beneath East Africa's vast blue sky, stretching from Tanzania to Mozambique, the eastern Miombo forest stands as a vibrant, ancient world. More than just a forest, it is the heartbeat of the East African ecosystem, a complex yet harmonious web of life where diverse flora and fauna coexist. In northern Tanzania, the Ngorongoro crater resembles a natural necklace encapsulating a world teeming with life. This ancient caldera, formed over 2 million years ago, spans approximately 100 square miles and sustains an extraordinary abundance of wildlife. Towering cliffs, over 2,000 feet high, encircle the crater, where the wind whispers over lush grasslands, narrating timeless stories of life. Viewed from above, the Ngorongoro crater resembles a sprawling oil painting, its vast grasslands interspersed with sparse forests and shimmering lakes. At the crater's heart lies Lake Magadi, a freshwater oasis that sparkles under the sun, attracting thousands of flamingos whose vivid pink plumage adds a burst of color to the scenery. The crater is home to over 25,000 large mammals, an astonishing density for such a confined space. herds of wildebeest and zebras numbering in the thousands roam the green plains in search of food, their movements vital for the ecosystem. The trampling hooves of these animals churn the soil, aiding grass seed germination, while their dung enriches the land with nutrients. Elsewhere in the crater, immense buffalo, weighing up to 2,000 pounds, graze in large groups, serving as guardians of the grasslands. These massive herbivores maintain the ecosystem's balance by grazing regularly, all while staying vigilant against potential predators. Ngorongoro Crater is renowned for its extraordinary predator density, hosting some of Africa's most formidable hunters. In the forests near the lake, leopards stealthily navigate the branches, using their camouflage to ambush smaller prey. The crater also boasts the world's highest lion density, with an estimated 60 to 70 lions inhabiting this compact area. These apex predators patrol the grasslands, their piercing gaze fixed on herds of wildebeest and zebras. Male lions, distinguished by their dark, imposing manes, engage in fierce battles to defend their pride, while lionesses lead highly coordinated hunting expeditions, orchestrating dramatic chases that define the rhythm of life in the crater. Yet lions are not the sole rulers of this domain. Spotted hyenas, with their iconic, eerie laughter, shadow every hunt, awaiting the perfect moment to seize the spoils. Ngorongoro Crater, a vast caldera where low-lying grasslands, acacia xanthophyllia woodlands, and seasonal water bodies converge, serves as both a haven of abundance and a battleground of intense predator competition. Lions, with their superior strength and ambush tactics, dominate the ecosystem as both hunters and opportunistic scavengers. Uniquely, lions in the Ngorongoro Crater claim up to 71% of the prey hunted by hyenas. A pride led by powerful black-maned males can overpower even large hyena clans. Rather than relying solely on active hunting, lions leverage their brute strength to assert dominance. In contrast, hyenas excel in stamina and strategy. They use endurance hunting techniques to exhaust their prey, often migratory species like wildebeest or zebras, by encircling and weakening them before making the kill. However, even after a successful hunt, hyenas must defend their meal against the ever-present threat of lions. When challenged, hyenas employ defensive tactics, forming protective circles around their kill or vulnerable members of the clan. Their eerie calls summon reinforcements, while their characteristic laughter acts as both a communication tool and a psychological weapon, sowing confusion among rivals and fostering unity within their clan. Despite their resilience, the crater remains lion territory. Lions are responsible for 60 to 70% of adult hyena deaths within this ecosystem. A lion attack is swift and calculated, often targeting isolated or weakened hyenas. With precise tactics, lions strike critical points, swiftly subduing their prey. The competitive dynamic between lions and hyenas extends beyond a simple struggle for dominance. It is a driving force that shapes the structure of the Ngorongoro crater's ecosystem. However, imbalances can occur. When lion populations rise too quickly, hyenas face increasing pressure, forcing them to adapt their hunting strategies or seek new territories. This interplay of predators underscores the fragile balance of life within the crater, where every roar, call, and step contributes to the unending struggle for survival in this vibrant yet fiercely contested environment. Nestled between the arid Namib Desert and the expansive savanna grasslands lies the Namibian savanna forest, a region of understated and unique beauty. This is not a dense forest, as one might imagine, but a sweeping landscape of vast grasslands, punctuated by camelthorn trees that stand as solitary sentinels in the desert. Camelthorn trees, reaching heights of up to 65 feet, are the lifeblood of this region. Their roots penetrate as deep as 150 feet into the earth, tapping into scarce underground water reserves. Even during prolonged dry seasons, their silvery gray foliage remains vibrant, offering shelter and sustenance to countless animals. Scattered across the grasslands are dry riverbeds, such as the Hoanib and Quiseb rivers, which flow only during the rainy season. Despite their arid appearance for much of the year, these riverbeds serve as vital lifelines. Lush vegetation thrives along their banks, attracting wildlife in search of food and refuge. The landscape is further shaped by low mountain ranges like the Brandberg, where rare patches of shade offer respite from the relentless heat. Here, desert-adapted lions, known for their patience and resilience, have evolved to survive extended periods without water, traits that distinguish them from lions in other regions. Across the dry grasslands, hyenas stealthily follow herds of plains zebras and oryx, biding their time. When the opportunity arises, they strike with relentless precision, shattering the fragile peace of this arid wilderness. In the heart of Namibia, where desert winds carry the heat of arid plains mingled with the faint fragrance of grasslands, Ishasha National Park emerges as a precious gem of untamed wilderness. Spanning over 8,600 square miles, Ishasha is more than a sanctuary. It is a microcosm of interconnected ecosystems, a symphony of life where each element contributes to a delicate and dynamic balance. This is a land of striking contrasts, where desolation meets abundance, and every creature battles for survival. At the heart of the park lies the Ishasha Pan, a massive salt pan covering approximately 1,900 square miles. During the dry season, its surface turns stark white, shimmering under the blazing sun like a giant mirror. With the arrival of rains, this arid expanse transforms into a temporary lake, drawing thousands of flamingos whose vibrant pink plumage illuminates the landscape. This breathtaking transformation embodies the resilience of nature, continuously adapting to the harsh environment. Ishasha is a natural stage, home to tens of thousands of wildlife, each species playing a vital role in maintaining the park's ecological harmony. Across the vast grasslands, plain zebras move like flowing rivers, their herds numbering in the thousands, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Their hooves churn the soil, scattering seeds, while their dung enriches the land, fostering new growth. Dominating the park are the African elephants, the true giants of Ishasha. Weighing up to 12,000 pounds, they traverse mopaine forests, breaking branches and carving new pathways. These silent architects of the ecosystem disperse seeds, shape the landscape, and ensure the survival of flora throughout the region. With a population of approximately 2,500, Ishasha is one of southern Africa's premier refuges for these majestic creatures. The abundance of herbivores sustains Ishasha's apex predators. Lions with their distinctive dark manes rule the nights, hunting under the cover of starlit skies. Boasting a population of 350 to 400 lions, Ishasha is home to one of the highest lion densities in the world. Their thunderous roars reverberate across the grasslands, a proud declaration of their dominion over this remarkable wilderness. The Masai Mara, heart of East Africa, pulses with a steady rhythm, breathing life into its breathtaking landscapes. In this untamed land, towering termite mounds rise like ancient fortresses, standing amidst the grasslands, not just as natural formations, but as watchtowers for patient predators, their eyes locked onto the world below. Here, life is unveiled in every breath, every movement, each second holding the weight of survival. The Mara River carves through the plains like a deep scar, splitting the wilderness into two contrasting worlds. Its waters are more than just a lifeline. They are a battleground, where the line between survival and death is razor thin. Beneath its murky depths, the Nile crocodile waits, a silent assassin, honed by time. With an unrelenting grip and a strike as swift as fate, it crushes all in its path, in the blink of an eye. On the land, lionesses move with the poise of seasoned warriors, masters of the hunt, their every step commanding the savannah. No prey escapes the grasp of the king. Facing them, spotted hyenas gather in ruthless packs, both relentless hunters and nature's cleanup crew. Their eerie laughter echoes across the plains, a chilling challenge that unsettles even their own. Deep in the thickets, the elusive leopard lies in wait, a shadow of silent precision, its ambush executed with deadly grace. And across the vast open plains, the cheetah reigns, its legendary speed turning every chase into an unforgetting pursuit. In the realm of Africa's most formidable hunters, there is no mercy for the weak. Survival belongs only to those strong enough and cunning enough to endure. The expansive Greater Mara ecosystem is a vibrant tapestry of life, seamlessly connecting the Masai Mara National Reserve, the Mara Triangle, and surrounding conservancies. This area, ranging in elevation from 4,900 to over 7,120 feet, presents a multi-layered landscape sculpted by valleys, rivers, and gently rolling hills. The name Masai Mara originates from the Maasai community, nomadic people who have coexisted with this land for centuries. Mara, in their language, means spotted, a poetic reference to the landscape's appearance. Golden savanna grasses interspersed with shrubs and acacia trees, creating scattered patches of color across the endless plains, a unique African masterpiece. The Maasai people have not only lived here, but have also become intrinsically linked to nature, sustaining their nomadic lifestyle with livestock for generations. The Masai Mara is home to over 95 mammal species and 570 bird species. Savanna grasses, shrubs, and iconic acacia trees stand tall, symbolizing resilience amidst the vast African plains. But the Masai Mara is more than just a beautiful landscape. It is the domain of the Big Five: lion, African elephant, black rhino, leopard, and Cape buffalo. These majestic animals, once the targets of trophy hunting, now draw millions of admiring visitors from around the world. Beyond the Big Five, the Big Nine, which includes cheetah, giraffe, impala, and zebra, further enriches the Masai Mara's biodiversity. Beneath the sky, the Mara River winds its way through the savanna like a green ribbon, stretching 245 miles from its source in the Mau Escarpment, meandering through arid lands before flowing into Lake Victoria. The Mara River is the lifeblood of this wild terrain. The alluvial soils and the rich geological makeup of the Mara have given rise to a lush riverside ecosystem. This fertile soil nourishes towering acacia xanthophylla and ficus sycamorus trees, which stand as guardians, stabilizing the land and preventing erosion along the riverbanks. The Mara is not just a river, it is the lifeline and soul of the Masai Mara. Each moment tells a story of survival, transforming this land into a wild paradise where nature's heartbeat never ceases. In this narrative, the Nile crocodile emerges as the undisputed ruler of the Mara River's depths. This colossal predator is a legend in the wildlife world, capable of reaching lengths of up to 23 feet and weighing over 2,200 pounds. As formidable warriors of the aquatic realm, Nile crocodiles are perfectly adapted for precision and power, maintaining their status as the most feared hunters in these waters. According to the IUCN's 2024 report, the largest Nile crocodiles can grow up to 7 meters, about 23 feet, making them the second largest reptile species in the world, surpassed only by the saltwater crocodile. Each hunt is a masterclass in patience and unmatched strength. Under the blazing sun of the Masai Mara, Nile crocodiles are often seen lying motionless along the riverbanks, jaws agape like silent machines. From 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., they bask, absorbing sunlight to regulate their body temperature. When the water temperature drops below 86 degrees Fahrenheit and 30 degrees Celsius, these predators retreat to land, soaking up warmth to recharge for their next hunt. At night, as darkness cloaks the Mara River, the Nile crocodile awakens, Every muscle is wound tight, ready to strike with the precision of a coiled spring. Their four-chambered heart, similar to that of birds, ensures efficient blood oxygenation even during intense, silent movement. Sliding into the water, they become apex predators, striking with swift and deadly accuracy. During the dry seasons, when food is scarce, Nile crocodiles conserve energy by remaining motionless under the sun. Their ectothermic metabolism allows them to survive for months without eating, relying on stored energy to sustain them. When a hunting opportunity arises, they seize it with unparalleled ferocity, swallowing prey up to half their body weight, a rare feast in these parched lands. Their ability to store fat enables them to endure the harshest months, turning each meal into a vital reserve for survival. In the Masai Mara, the Nile crocodile is more than a predator. It is a symbol of resilience, adaptability, and the raw power of nature. The Nile crocodile reigns as the apex predator of its habitat, dominating its territory with few rivals. But can it truly challenge a Cape buffalo, a massive herbivore that can weigh nearly 2,000 pounds? These formidable creatures move in herds, approaching the Mar River with a stately presence, their curved, sharp horns glinting under the sun. Despite the inherent threat posed by crocodiles, Cape buffalo are not easily subdued prey. With only about a 15% success rate when hunting buffalo, crocodiles face a daunting challenge. They often target calves or older, weaker buffalo that have strayed from the herd. However, Cape buffalo are fierce warriors. When ambushed by a crocodile, they don't simply flee. They turn and confront their attacker. Their horns, which can reach up to 89 inches in length, serve as a powerful defense, capable of forcing the crocodile to retreat and abandon its attack.
Standing on top of the
This
crocodile.
defensive strength creates a formidable barrier, reducing the crocodile's hunting success rate to just around 30%. The most intimidating aspect of the Cape buffalo is their sense of unity. If one member of the herd is attacked, the entire group often turns back to counterattack. Using their horns and collective strength, they drive the crocodile away. This response not only increases the survival chances of the attacked buffalo, but also forces the predator to withdraw to avoid injury. This collective power transforms the buffalo herd into an impenetrable fortress, a challenge no enemy can easily breach. Another challenging target for the Nile crocodile is the Masai giraffe, the largest and most iconic giraffe species in the Masai Mara. These giraffes are also the tallest in the world, reaching heights of 18 to 20 feet on average. When a Masai giraffe lowers its head to the Mara River to drink, it must splay its front legs wide and bring its head close to the ground, a vulnerable position that leaves it exposed to a sudden crocodile strike. As a result, Masai giraffes remain constantly alert, dipping their heads to drink for only brief moments, typically between 15 and 30 seconds, to minimize risk. Even in this precarious position, the giraffe is not an easy target. Its powerful front legs can deliver formidable kicks, each generating a force of approximately 4,400 pounds, enough to break bones or cause severe injury to any predator that dares to get too close. Because of this, Nile crocodiles, despite their ferocity, often steer clear of adult giraffes, instead targeting younger or weaker individuals. Beyond their physical strength, Maasai giraffes possess exceptional vision and observational skills. Standing tall on their long legs like towering pillars, they scan the water and grasslands with sharp eyes, spotting predators from afar and giving them ample time to react before an attack begins. These defensive tactics make the Maasai giraffe one of the most vigilant and difficult prey to catch near the river. The Mara River, a lifeline of the Masai Mara, is also home to one of Africa's most iconic giants, the African bush elephant. As a member of the Big Five and the largest land animal on Earth, these elephants stand up to 13 feet tall and can weigh as much as 15,000 pounds. With their iconic large ears, long tusks, and immense presence, African bush elephants are renowned for their intelligence, long memory, and complex social behaviors. According to a 2023 study published in the Wildlife Ecology Journal, these elephants can learn and remember migration routes, recognize individual members of their herd, and even express emotions such as joy when a new member is born or grief when one passes away. As herds of African bush elephants approach the banks of the Mara River, each step resonates with dominance. These giants claim the shallow waters, where Nile crocodiles, having waited in hunger for months, lie silent, poised for ambush. Yet, with their sheer strength and size, adult elephants are rarely the targets of these predators. However, desperation can sometimes drive a crocodile to act against all odds. It might latch onto an elephant's trunk or tail, the parts closest to the water surface. But this only turns the hunt into a tug of war, where victory inevitably belongs to the elephant. In cases where a crocodile targets a calf or a weakened older elephant, success remains highly unlikely. That's when the protective circle formed by the adult elephants becomes an impenetrable barrier. The females and larger individuals create a sturdy shield, ensuring the safety of the young in these dangerous waters. At the slightest hint of threat, they stomp their massive feet, wield their trunks like formidable weapons, and produce thunderous calls that echo far and wide, intimidating and driving the predator away. Thanks to the herd's tight-knit organization and strong protective instincts, the success rate of crocodile attacks on young elephants at the Mara River is less than 10%. This collective power compels crocodiles to retreat, ensuring that the Masai Mara remains a safe haven for future generations of these majestic creatures. The powerful strides of the African bush elephant do more than merely stir the ground around the Mara River. They reshape the landscape itself. As these colossal creatures tear through vegetation and dig into the earth in search of hidden water, they inadvertently create small pools and water channels. These actions function like nature's brushstrokes, enhancing biodiversity by forming new habitats for fish and other aquatic life. According to a 2024 study by the African Ecology Research Center, the water bodies crafted by elephants serve as ideal breeding grounds for Nile crocodiles, providing a safe environment for their eggs against predators. While the presence of elephants may not represent a direct symbiotic relationship, it establishes a subtle connection that quietly shapes the rhythm of the entire ecosystem. Unlike unpredictable prey, the Nile crocodile eagerly anticipates the grand feast that takes place each year from July to October. During this period, the Mara River transforms into a bustling corridor for the Great Migration, the largest movement of herbivores in Africa. Over 1.5 million wildebeest, accompanied by 300,000 zebras and hundreds of thousands of gazelles, leave Tanzania's Serengeti in search of fresh grass and clean water in the Masai Mara. Seasoned predators, the Nile crocodiles lie in wait, concealed beneath the water surface as the massive herds gather anxiously along the riverbank. When the time comes to cross the fast-flowing waters, panic sets in and the crocodiles seize their opportunity. Mortality rates among the migrating herds can reach 10 to 15%, with many falling victim to the sudden, ruthless ambushes of these ancient reptiles. The crocodile's hunting strategy is simple yet devastatingly effective. Target the weakest prey amidst the chaos and dispatch it with precision. Once caught, the victim is subjected to the legendary death roll, a violent maneuver where the crocodile spins its entire body in the water like a powerful whirlpool. The force is enough to break bones and tear flesh, shredding even the largest prey into smaller, manageable pieces. Despite being solitary hunters, Nile crocodiles in the Masai Mara display remarkable cooperation when the situation demands. Once one initiates an attack, others quickly join, clamping their powerful jaws onto a struggling prey. They take turns spinning and tearing, reducing the carcass into shareable portions. In these frenzied moments, the river transforms into a gruesome banquet, showcasing the terrifying unity of these apex predators. With each meal, a single crocodile can consume up to 50 pounds of meat, storing enough energy to endure the lean months ahead. At the crossing points of the Mara River, Burchell zebras and blue wildebeest face their fate. Hundreds fall victim in this brutal battle for survival, and the river runs red, a stark reminder that only the strong and the lucky make it through. As the Mara River's currents surge, wildebeest plunge in with collective force and unyielding determination. Once a crossing point is identified, the herd storms forward like a relentless tide, their movements synchronized in a powerful surge. Often interspersed with the black and white striped zebras, the chaotic mix makes it difficult for crocodiles to single out a target. If a wildebeest is caught, those nearby immediately accelerate, increasing their speed and vigilance to distance themselves from the predator. Wildebeest also communicate through warning calls, alerting the herd to imminent danger and enhancing their collective survival. In these intense moments, the migration becomes more than just a mobile feast for the Nile crocodiles. It transforms into a formidable test of patience for the predators. Zebras, though fewer in number, serve as pioneers in the migration. They understand that the Mara River is a deadly arena, dominated by lurking crocodiles. Yet they do not cross alone. Instead, they rely on unity, waiting until their numbers swell before making the perilous journey together. This collective approach forms a moving wall of bodies, reducing the chances of any single zebra being singled out. The crossing is a shifting mosaic, each zebra blending into the herd, making it difficult for predators to strike with precision. Lead individuals often guide the way, carefully selecting the safest passage points. With their powerful legs, zebras navigate the shallows, sometimes even trampling over the predators lurking beneath. If one falls victim, the rest seize the moment to escape. Zebras further enhance their survival odds by merging with the vast wildebeest herds. When both species charge into the river together, they create a massive surging force that significantly decreases the likelihood of any single individual being taken by a crocodile's ambush. This relentless battle for survival is not just driven by instinct, but by unity. In the face of danger, zebras become warriors of the migration, forging ahead through the perilous waters of the Mara. Surviving the treacherous Mara River is only the beginning. In the harsh and unforgiving ecosystem of the Mara, other giants lie in wait, ready to strike at any prey that lets its guard down. Even the most fearsome predators are not immune. At times, hunters become the hunted. The relationship between Nile crocodiles and big cats like lions and leopards is one of cautious confrontation. When food is scarce, both are willing to steal from each other, leading to tense standoffs near the water's edge. These encounters are often a battle of intimidation, bared teeth, guttural growls, and calculated movements. However, when a significant size difference exists, posturing can quickly turn into a deadly pursuit. The lion, king of the savannah, reigns as the apex predator on land. Weighing up to 550 pounds, its most distinctive feature, the thick, dark mane, serves not only as a shield against the bites of rivals, but also as a symbol of strength and dominance. A lion pride is more than just a group of animals. It is a highly structured society, typically consisting of 10 to 15 members. Lionesses, slender yet powerful, are the primary hunters, working together with remarkable precision to bring down prey. Meanwhile, the males, though less involved in hunting, play a crucial role in defending the territory and protecting the pride from formidable threats, such as crocodiles and rival predators like hyenas. For lions, every confrontation is more than a test of strength. It is a display of pride, resilience, and survival instinct. And in the endless battle for dominance, only the most cunning and powerful endure. Beyond ungulates, the Nile crocodile also preys on primates like the olive baboon, also known as the Anubis baboon. These baboons live in complex groups called harems, which can number over 150 individuals, functioning like small societies with tightly knit structures. Dominant males lead the group, while females form strong alliances, ensuring the cohesion of the entire troop. The Mara River is both a vital source of life and a dangerous battleground for these primates. As the baboon troop approaches the water's edge, they remain highly alert. Sharp eyes scan every ripple, and ears are tuned to any unusual sounds. The males stand guard like sentinels, ready to sound the alarm at the first sign of trouble. When threatened, the olive baboon emits a loud, booming call that echoes across the riverbanks. The dominant males respond immediately, creating even louder noises and sometimes charging toward nearby areas to distract the predator, clearing a path for the troop to retreat. These tactics showcase not only their unity, but also their intelligent defense strategies. If cornered, baboons do not back down. Adult males can counterattack with their physical strength and agile combat skills. They might leap onto low branches to escape the crocodile's reach, or even throw stones at the predator from above. This behavior demonstrates that baboons are not merely prey. They are warriors of the wild, relying on collective strategy and intelligence to confront even the most formidable predator in the Mara. River birds living near the Mara River are not exempt from the Nile crocodile's menu, with the Egyptian goose being one of the most frequent targets. This bird species is relatively small, weighing between 3.3 to 5.5 pounds and measuring 25 to 29 inches in body length. When the Egyptian goose ventures toward the Mara River, Nile crocodiles, camouflaged and hidden beneath the water's surface, can strike suddenly. Some juvenile crocodiles use their tails to knock prey into the water, while others eliminate the goose with a swift, precise snap of their jaws. However, the Egyptian goose is not always a passive victim. As it approaches the water, it remains vigilant, raising its head after each sip and scanning its surroundings for danger. If it detects a threat, it immediately lets out a loud alarm call, alerting the entire flock. The powerful flapping of their wings creates a resonant sound, and the flock takes to the air together, executing a perfect escape from the predator's deadly strike. Under the scorching sun of the African savannah, where golden grass stretches to the horizon, a silent ambush is forming. Shadows creep low through the vegetation, clinging to the ground like invisible winds. A group of lions is lying in wait. His eyes are fixed on a group of zebras moving calmly nearby. For them, zebras are common targets, easy to spot, living in herds, herbivores, and lacking any form of ranged attack. In the eyes of the lionesses, she appears to be the perfect prey, but none of them imagine that this hunt is about to have an unexpected ending. That accurate shot with both hind legs. The lioness is stunned. She hadn't expected that prey like a zebra could react with such ferocity. When prey faces its predator, what determines its survival is not just strength or speed, but three fundamental pillars of survival behavior: instinct, reflex, and learning. These responses may occur in fractions of a second, but behind every run, every kick, or even a seemingly hopeless standstill lies the result of millions of years of refined evolution. Instinct, or more precisely instinctive behavior, is a sequence of actions encoded in genes. It doesn't need to be learned or practiced, and yet it is executed with precision every time. When a zebra kicks a lioness to clear a path and escape, that kick is not random. It is an innate motor pattern, a pre-programmed movement, activated by an innate release mechanism. These instinctive behaviors are rigid, inflexible, and always have a single objective: to survive. A reflex, on the other hand, is a short and immediate response, controlled by a neural reflex arc, with virtually no involvement of the cerebral cortex. It's the simplest type of behavior, yet incredibly effective. In insects like the grasshopper, for example, the collision avoidance mechanism is controlled by an independent nervous system. The kick of a zebra, which may seem insignificant compared to the sharp fangs of a lion or the explosive leap of a cheetah, is actually one of the most efficient counterattacks among ungulates. And the most interesting thing is, he doesn't need to kill. He just needs to be precise and timely to turn the game around. Anatomically, zebras have an extremely well-developed musculoskeletal structure in the hip region. The muscles in the buttocks and thighs are among the strongest in the herbivore kingdom. The structure of the hooves is as hard as stone, with a small but highly resistant contact area. When attacked from behind, the zebra uses its two hind legs to deliver straight kicks backward or slightly angled kicks to the sides. Depending on the predator's position. According to a study on the equine genus, the force of a rear kick from an adult zebra can reach between 4,500 and 6,000 newtons. With that level of force, if the kick strikes the predator's skull, jaw, or ribs, the consequences can be devastating. Fractures, concussions, neurological damage, or even internal injuries, especially if the kick is accompanied by a twist of the body. There are field reports from researchers across the Serengeti and Masai Mara, describing lionesses found with fractured jaws and torn faces, the result of a single brutal kick from a zebra. Experienced hunters understand this danger. When you approach from behind, without controlling the distance, the risk of a violent counterstrike is enormous. But a kick is not just a reaction. It is instinct, sharpened by evolution and perfected through survival. A young zebra may miss its mark, but the impulse to defend is born with it. As it grows, it learns timing, precision, and a direction that offers its best chance to escape. Instinct and experience fused into one. In complex animals, primates, elephants, we see something more: the evolution of defense, learning, imitation, behavior shaped over generations. And in the wild, instinct, reflex, and learned behavior are never separate. They blend and respond as one. Across Africa, there is no strongest kick, only the most accurate, delivered at the perfect moment. Speed, force, technique, all dictated by anatomy, weight, and the life of the animal. A zebra kicks to escape, fast, reactive, violent enough to create a moment of freedom. But the giraffe, the tallest creature on Earth, strikes with a different kind of power, a force capable of killing with a single hit. Rising 5 to 6 meters tall, the giraffe moves across the savannah like a silent giant. Its patterned coat breaks the blazing African light, allowing it to disappear into open woodlands and dry plains. With a tongue nearly 45 centimeters long, it feeds on acacia trees, neutralizing toxins that stop other animals from doing the same. From Kenya to Tanzania to Botswana, these giants roam lands where visibility is vast and danger can be detected long before it arrives. But beneath that calm exterior lies one of the savannah's deadliest defenses. A single forward strike can unleash 2, even 3,000 newtons of force. Enough to break bone, enough to kill a lion if it lands on the head. Unlike the zebra's backward kick, the giraffe strikes sideways, a sudden, violent arc meant to clear a path instantly. With height as its shield and vision like a natural watchtower, the giraffe senses predators from hundreds of meters away. In one pursuit, between 2 lionesses and a full-grown giraffe, it took only seconds for one lioness to fall behind, outpaced and exhausted. A giraffe strike can be deadly. When the blow comes from the front hoof, in a vertical descent from top to bottom, it turns those stone-hard hooves into crushing weapons. If it hits the skull of a lion, a cheetah, or even a hyena, it can cause a skull fracture, a ruptured neck, or a cerebral hemorrhage, death within minutes. The rear kick, in turn, is used to drive off predators attacking from behind, with enough force to throw them several meters backward. A special detail: unlike the zebra, which kicks to escape, the giraffe kicks to kill, especially when defending its calf. There are field reports of lionesses killed with a single strike from a mother giraffe when they tried to approach from the side. Giraffe hooves, about 30 to 35 centimeters wide, with hard, sharp edges, don't just damage the point of impact. They can tear the abdomen, fracture the spine, or crush the lungs if they land on the side of the body. This behavior is instinctive, triggered by sudden physical proximity, a classic example of an innate release mechanism. Even lions, top predators, think twice before attacking an adult giraffe. To succeed, they must bring her down first, usually by leaping onto her back or hind thighs, because as long as the giraffe is standing, every blow is a lethal threat. But not all prey has the advantage of size. Most smaller ungulates lack the strength to fight back. They must find other ways to survive. An impala approaches to drink, but beneath the surface, a Nile crocodile strikes. Perhaps the predator is inexperienced, unable to fully submerge its prey. The impala remains stuck on the edge of the well. On one side, it struggles to break free, to run, but if it cannot, it keeps its body tense against the pole, avoiding the fatal plunge. When it feels the pressure of the bite loosen, it launches a powerful push and escapes the swamp. It would have been a perfect escape if a leopard hadn't appeared. With his stealth and precision, few animals escape his claws. But there is one prey that forces him to retreat and fail in humiliating fashion: the porcupine. The Cape porcupine is the largest rodent in Africa, weighing between 10 and 30 kilograms and measuring 60 to 80 centimeters. A robust body, short legs, and a broad head covered in thick black fur. But its true weapon is its armor of spines, a masterpiece of evolution, unique among savannah mammals. Its body carries thousands of keratin quills, ranging from 20 to over 35 centimeters, arranged in layers from neck to back and down to the tail. The shorter hairs at the front are dense and rigid. The long spines on the back are hollow, lightweight, yet incredibly strong. When threatened, the porcupine raises these quills. They clash together, producing a dry, metallic sound, a clear and undeniable warning to any predator. The porcupine's habitat extends across the savannas and dry forests of southern and eastern Africa, where the hard soil and rock formations offer ideal shelter. The porcupine is a nocturnal animal, feeding mainly on roots, tubers, fallen fruit tree bark, and occasionally gnawing on awns to supplement calcium, which strengthens its quills to the point of resembling miniature ivory tusks. Despite his slow gait, he is a true master of defense in the wild. When threatened, it doesn't run away. It turns its body around, raises all its spines, and shakes its tail. Its main natural predator is the leopard, a solitary hunter, famous for its patience and intelligence. During a hunt, a mother leopard carries her cub. Instinctive curiosity leads the young male to approach, but the porcupine does not run away. It's a clear warning. The puppy gets scared. The more experienced mother tries to manage the situation, but the result isn't much better. This behavior is instinctive, but it also has reflexive elements. When it senses pressure or physical contact, the porcupine's nervous system responds quickly, raising its quills and slapping its tail. In the end, the leopard finds herself sitting, pulling out thorns one by one, irritated and in pain. There are many records of lions and leopards that died days later due to infections caused by injuries. Thus, after the thorny confrontation, the savanna returns to its calm. Under the sparse shade of the acacia trees, a group of lions rests. Their golden bodies gleam in the twilight, intertwined with the dry grass. The dust rises slightly in the wind, carrying the scent of skin, sweat, and power. But at the center of that circle of dominance, there is something strange, small, rounded, with metallic reflections. A sphere made of compact scales, as if assembled piece by piece. While porcupine quills leave soft patches exposed, pangolins perfectly seal the gaps. The African pangolin, or Temminck's ground pangolin, is an insectivorous mammal, typical of the savannas and open woodlands from southern Africa to Tanzania. Its body measures between 80 and 100 centimeters, weighing between 12 and 15 kilograms, completely covered by scales 4 to 5 millimeters thick. The same material as human fingernails, but much harder and more resistant. The scales overlap like samurai armor, connected by a flexible skin, allowing both protection and mobility to completely roll up into a defensive sphere. When threatened, the pangolin retracts its head, contracts its back muscles, and closes its body. All vulnerable points disappear. It is an ancestral defense mechanism that has protected it for over 40 million years, with virtually no evolutionary changes. Unlike carnivores, the pangolin is a solitary and exclusively nocturnal creature. It uses its long tongue, which can exceed 40 centimeters, more than half the length of its body, to capture ants and termites in their underground nests. An adult consumes an average of 70 million insects per year, helping to control termite populations and protect savanna vegetation. Its front legs are strong, with curved claws for digging, and its scales prevent direct contact between the insects. Defensive acids and its skin. When moving, the pangolin typically arches its back and walks on its hind legs, swaying gently as if carrying a living suit of armor. Faced with the claws of a lion, its scales display all their power. No claw can penetrate them. In the first few minutes, the hunting instinct prevails, but patience begins to run out. The pangolin remains motionless, curled up like a living rock. Their strength lies not in attack, but in absolute immobility. When the predator finally gives up, it slowly unfurls its scales, stretches its neck, and walks away in calm steps, leaving small footprints on the sand. The pangolin's armor is a masterpiece of evolution, but also its limit. It protects him from any predator, but it makes him defenseless against humans, who can simply lift him, turning this natural defense into a valuable commodity on the black market. The perfection of his defense tragically became his vulnerability in the modern world. In the natural world, survival does not depend solely on physical strength, but on a combination of inherited instinct, nervous reflex, and learned behavior. The defense mechanisms of kicking and swatting spears are tools that nature has provided to maintain the ever-dynamic balance between hunter and prey. And that's precisely what makes nature a sage that is both brutal and incredibly fair. In the previous part, we witnessed the tense confrontation between lions and zebras, the attempt at help between the locals call this the endless, a vast land that is home to more than 3,000 lions. Here, they rule the plains with their thunderous roars and unmatched strength. These are the lions of the Serengeti, surviving and thriving on the endless savannah. In the language of the Maasai people, the Serengeti is called Siringet. To them, this vast savanna, stretching across nearly 30,000 square kilometers, seems to have no end. It extends from northern Tanzania all the way to Kenya's Masai Mara. In the south, the grasslands hold layers of ash from volcanoes that have long fallen silent. This essential source of nourishment has enriched the endless land, a gift that keeps on giving. The Kopje rock formations serve as perfect observation posts. From these heights, every movement of the prey falls within the sight of the top predators. To the west flow great rivers such as the Mara and the Grumeti. Their waters are always ready to carry away anyone who lets their guard down. When the eternal cycle, known as the Great Migration, begins, animals race along the path of destiny set before them. The rains of the Serengeti act as a calm and distant conductor, guiding the rhythm of millions of living souls and calling the shots. When June arrives, the rains drift away. The Serengeti puts on its golden coat beneath the scorching sun. The dry season begins. The rivers shrink into fading pools of mud, and the kingdom slips into a quiet state of lockdown. Thirst imposes a mass gathering upon every resident, drawing them all to the same table. Predators and prey gather around the few remaining water sources. The silence feels heavier than peace itself. For lion prides and solitary leopards, this is the most prosperous season. The dry grass lies low, leaving the prey with nowhere to hide their unease. The rulers need only patience, and time is on their side. By November, the sky begins to change its tone. Short rains fall like a quiet pardon over the entire kingdom. The savannah comes back to life, transforming into a lush green carpet. Water is everywhere, breaking the grip once held by the unforgiving watering holes. The herds begin to spread out, taking full advantage of the rich young grass as they prepare for the greatest event of all, a fresh start on the horizon. The peak of the rainy season arrives in February. At the same time, thousands of bird species migrating from the north pour in. Nature hums with energy, like an empire rising stronger than ever before. Here, the Big Five gather in full presence. Around 3,000 lions, about 1,000 leopards, nearly 8,000 African elephants, between 120 and 160 rhinos, and roughly 60,000 Cape buffalo. In addition, the spotted hyena possesses a collective intelligence that makes every warrior think twice. Then there are the African wild dogs, pack hunters with one of the highest hunting success rates, even as they stand on the very edge of disappearing from the wild. When the performance concludes, the vultures arrive, ensuring that not even the smallest trace goes to waste. This world is also home to residents that live within the mud. Beneath the rivers, around 4,000 Nile crocodiles, some stretching beyond 5 meters in length, have endured since prehistoric times, patiently waiting for the annual feast. Within the lakes, more than 20,000 hippos gather together to escape the scorching heat. These hot-tempered giants are, in fact, responsible for more deadly encounters than any other force here. The Serengeti is a layered, complex, and deeply captivating living world. However, even though the Serengeti is the heart of East Africa, this land still needs a spirit to guide it through the tides of history. It is time to speak of the people who have lived alongside lions for centuries, without iron fences or firearms, the warriors of the grasslands, the ones who call themselves the spirit of this land. The Maasai people. In the spiritual culture of the Maasai, the lion is not an ordinary animal. It is Olatuni, a measure of courage and honor, an interweaving of deep reverence and the timeless test of coexistence. In the past, the history of a Moran warrior was written on the tip of a spear through the Olayo ritual. It was not a hunt. The Maasai do not consume lion meat. They bring down the king to prove that they are strong enough to protect the lifeblood of the tribe, their herds of livestock. The one who prevails carries home a resounding legacy, something that will outlast even their own lifetime. The mane becomes Enkutoto, a crown of authority reserved for the bravest. Wearing the hair of the lion upon his head is a declaration without words. In that moment, the warrior receives the strength and spirit of the fallen animal. It is a message sent to rival tribes and to other lion prides about the presence and stature of one who now stands as a ruler. Look at the difference among the great cats. Leopards and cheetahs walk alone, staking everything on their individual skill. Lions are different. They build empires, a tightly organized family dynasty. Here, the division of labor reaches a remarkable level of refinement. The females are master hunters, using precise encircling strategies. The males stand as boundary guardians, possessing the muscular strength to defend their realm from intruders. This unity is a living reflection of a harsh yet deeply disciplined way of survival. The lion is the aesthetic embodiment of the savannah. Its golden, sand-colored coat blends seamlessly into the sun-scorched grass of the dry season. Protecting a lion means protecting thousands of square kilometers of grassland, water sources, and every living being within its reach. When the king remains strong, the entire kingdom stands strong with it. The truth about lion dynasties in the Serengeti does not rest in the majesty of a single king, but in the enduring bloodlines of the females within the pride structure. The females are the permanent residents, the true keepers of the land. They are grandmothers, mothers, and sisters, bound together by a genetic bond that lasts a lifetime. Mothers often synchronize their birthing cycles to share the responsibility of raising the next generation. A lion cub can nurse freely from any ant within the pride, This matriarchal stability is the foundation upon which the greatest empires are built. While the females build stability, the world of the males becomes a relentless trial of exile and power. When they reach 2 years of age, these young males are driven away from the pride to prevent inbreeding. To endure, they must set aside their individual ego and form coalitions. These alliances can be formed by brothers, like the famous pair Bob Jr. and Trygve, or by political partners with no shared lineage, such as the Wawaji Coalition, a group whose name evokes the formidable power of elite hunters. These 6 males once set a record of dominance, ruling over a vast territory alongside 62 different pride members. In the most fertile regions, such as the Namiri Plains, the abundance of prey has allowed the rise of superprides. Instead of the typical size of around 15 individuals, these supergroups can expand to more than 40 members. A true army can only be sustained when the food supply is enough to feed 40 endlessly demanding stomachs. The scarcity of shade across the open grasslands has shaped lions into masters of coordinated ambush strategy. They take on defined roles, from those that drive the prey forward to those waiting in concealment for the decisive moment. A solitary lion may be overpowered by the sheer strength of an African buffalo or a giraffe, but an organized collective rarely yields. This pride-based way of life is not merely social instinct. It is an ecological algorithm that keeps the ecosystem in balance. The power of the lion also lies in its haunting presence, a landscape of fear. This quiet tension compels prey to reshape their entire behavior in order to survive. The lion holds the highest authority over the balance of life. They function as a biological filter, steadily removing the old, the weakened, the injured, and those carrying illness. For stubborn resident species such as the buffalo, the presence of a lion pride is the only force that prevents their population from expanding beyond control. In the Serengeti, lions are also one of the main reasons the survival rate of cheetah cubs falls below 5%. They are likewise a major factor behind the rarity of African wild dogs, often driving away rival predators to secure full access to prey resources. The formation of lion prides and the massive herds of herbivores is not a coincidence. It is this enduring relationship between predator groups and prey herds that sustains the delicate balance of the Serengeti. Lions do not stake their lives on the uncertain gamble of solitary hunting like the leopard or the cheetah. They are professional managers of risk, stacking the odds in their favor. A hunt begins with the creation of a tactical chessboard, where every piece holds a distinct role. The lionesses execute the encircling strategy with the precision of a special operations unit. Some individuals take on the role of drivers moving in plain sight. At the other end of the trap, the true ambushers lie still beneath the scorched grass. These silent phantoms must move as one and strike at the exact right moment. Timing is everything. When the target is a giant weighing nearly 900 kilograms, or one standing up to 6 meters tall, this is when the male lions leave their guarding positions and step onto the front line. Male lions often take on the role of direct engagement, accepting the greatest risk to create an opening for the females to deliver the decisive strikes from behind. During the migration season, the chaos along the banks of the Grumeti River becomes a gift for these strategists. Lions simply wait for panic and the river's current to do the hardest part for them. Statistics show that the average success rate of each attempt on wildebeest stands at only about 29%, a number that may seem modest for those known as royalty. Yet the stability of the empire does not rest on individual performance, but on the strength of the pride. If this kingdom has a lion as its king, then it also harbors a powerful rival force on the rise. The spotted hyena. In the Serengeti, they are among the true lords of the land. With their current numbers surpassing 8,000 individuals, they form the most organized and numerous hunting force the savannah has ever known. Field observations show that the spotted hyena secures up to 95% of its own food. Lions possess explosive strength, but the spotted hyena has mastered the art of endurance. They are tireless marathon runners, and in those moments, the fate of the prey rests in the jaws of the most persistent hunter. The tool behind their dominance lies not only in their stamina, but in their jaws. With a bite force reaching around 4,500 newtons, It is powerful enough to crush even the toughest buffalo bones into fragments. The sounds that resemble a villain's laughter are, in truth, a complex coded system. The intelligence of the spotted hyena rivals that of higher primates. Each laugh carries information about stress levels or serves as a call to assemble the clan. They understand group coordination better than any of the great cats. When facing lions, each spotted hyena knows its place within the tactical formation, turning the clan into a machine guided by a collective mind. The golden ratio is 4-to-1. A single lioness can hold her ground only if the opposing number stays below 4. But once the spotted hyena clan crosses this threshold, the balance of power shifts immediately. They will move in and seize the hard-earned prize right before the royal family's eyes. However, all the confidence of the spotted hyena clan fades the moment a male lion appears. With just a single swipe or one crushing bite, the male lion becomes the final boundary the hyenas will not cross. The raw muscular strength of the lion, set against the strength in numbers of the spotted hyena, is a contest of strategy that never truly ends. But what happens when both sides gather their most powerful warriors in one place? In the world of the spotted hyena, power does not belong to the males. This is an extreme matriarchal system. The females are not only larger and more assertive, but they also possess significantly higher testosterone levels than the males. Evolution has shaped them into true ruling queens. Even the lowest-ranking female in the clan stands above the highest-ranking male. The fate of male spotted hyenas in the Serengeti is to live on the edge of society, always feeding last and enduring complete submission. Lions, whose pride structure is also built upon its females, follow a matriarchal pattern with a different character. Within a pride, the females are smaller and less physically imposing than the males, and they rarely leave their group. This bond creates a support system that cannot be broken. Males may come and go through the rise and fall of kings, but the lionesses are the ones who carry the map of the savannah across the ages. The presence of male lions is a kind of contract. The lionesses rely on these giants to confront formidable prey such as buffalo or young elephants. More importantly, They serve as living shields, protecting the cubs from devastating takeovers by wandering male coalitions. If a king no longer has the strength to hold rivals at bay, the lionesses will work together to drive him away. The authority of the male lion rests on his ability to protect, while the authority of the lioness rests on inheritance. Although they do not regard carrion as a preferred part of their diet, lions sometimes cannot ignore it when circumstances demand, or they simply take it by force. Lions can spend hours watching the moving dark shapes of spotted hyenas. The moment their rivals bring down a meal, the king arrives. These encounters become a direct contest over the final portions between two opposing powers. The Serengeti is about to enter its most unforgiving season, when every code of honor fades before the pull of hunger. When the heat blankets the Serengeti, life becomes a costly endeavor. The rains have withdrawn, leaving behind a plain that is cracked and thirsty. When wild laughter echoes through the night, the maned ones awaken at once. They do not need to spend energy on the chase. A thunderous roar and heavy, commanding footsteps are enough to claim what others have worked for. At the mere sight of a massive mane emerging from the darkness, every hyena strategy begins to unravel. The fierce authority of the king is the force that keeps this realm from slipping into complete disorder. But this struggle is nearing its final chapter. Storm clouds are gathering along the southern horizon, carrying the promise of renewal. A powerful current of life is about to surge in, breaking the suffocating stillness. Millions of hooves are already moving toward the lush green grasslands, bringing hope and the traps that lie waiting for them. When the short rains of November touch the ground, the Serengeti begins the greatest transformation on Earth. More than 1.3 million wildebeest and 200,000 zebras begin their counterclockwise journey, chasing the clouds. They do not move in chaos. Nature has established a strict marching order. Zebras take the lead. With precise geographic memory and powerful teeth, they clear away the coarse old grass, revealing the tender green shoots beneath. Close behind comes the main force, the wildebeest, equipped with a sense of smell so keen they can detect rain from dozens of kilometers away. Finally come the gazelles, nibbling the shortest sprouts left behind. The most important stop lies in the southern grasslands. Here, layers of ash from volcanic eruptions millions of years ago have created soil unusually rich in phosphorus and potassium. These minerals are essential for building sturdy skeletal frames in grazing animals. In January and February, Dutu becomes a vast nursery. Nearly 8,000 wildebeest calves enter the world each day. Instinct urges them to race against time. A newborn has just 7 minutes to stand steady on its own legs before it must keep pace with the herd. Why do wildebeest, zebras, and gazelles not remain? The answer lies in the weight of survival. With populations in the millions, the migrating herds consume up to 4,000 tons of grass every day. If they stay too long, they would strip the land bare and face widespread starvation. A biological compass within their brains guides them toward the northwest, in the direction of the western corridor. The rainy season does more than provide food. It washes the dust from the air, sharpening visibility and revealing every movement across the plains. Yet this renewal is also a hidden snare. The herds are moving into occupied territories where predators have spent the entire dry season refining their patience. Lionesses are not nomads. They are territorial rulers, deeply rooted in their domain. Rather than spending precious energy chasing prey across hundreds of kilometers, they position themselves at the most critical bottlenecks. The rocky kapis become ideal natural watchtowers. Lions scan the sea of grass, studying the flow of the herds. They know the migration will inevitably compress at narrow river crossings or at the last remaining water holes of the dry season. Spotted hyenas play a different hand, with endurance as their ultimate weapon. During the breeding season in Dutu, they travel up to 50 kilometers each day to reach the vast wildebeest nurseries. Here, newborn calves become the easiest targets to seize. Spotted hyenas use their haunting calls to coordinate the rhythm of the chase, driving young animals into isolation, leaving them disoriented and vulnerable. Yet, the peril on land is only the opening act of a far more harrowing chapter. This immense current of life surges toward fast-moving waters, where a greater trial waits beneath the murky surface. The rivers, home to Nile crocodiles, have awaited this feast for an entire year. The waters of the Serengeti are never a gentle companion. The Mara and the Grumeti, two ever-shifting forces, stand as the harshest trials along the journey of survival. When the rainy season lifts the water levels, the rivers become formidable barriers, their currents strong enough to sweep away a full-grown antelope. Steep banks slick with mud turn into traps with no easy escape. Panic ripples through tens of thousands of wildebeest as they press together at the water's edge. Amid this turmoil, the number of wildebeest lost to trampling and broken limbs often exceeds the toll of any pursuit on land. Bodies wedged between rocks unintentionally transform the river into a vast nutrient bank, sustaining aquatic life for months afterward. Beneath those unpredictable waters glide Nile crocodiles, reaching lengths of 5 meters and weighing close to 1 ton. They are masters of patience. A single crocodile can go without food for months, conserving energy for the few intense weeks of migration. A concealed surge from below, a lightning-fast clamp on a foreleg, and a spinning maneuver known as the death roll leave little room for resistance. Even lions, the sovereigns of the savannah, lose their advantage the moment they step into the murky current. There are documented accounts of a Nile crocodile pulling a lioness beneath the surface as she attempted to claim a carcass near the bank. The struggle for calories does not end at the water's edge. When a crocodile drags its catch onto the rocks, direct competition ignites. Yet the crocodile's armored hide presents an overwhelming challenge. Even the strongest coalitions of male lions often yield when facing a massive crocodile guarding its meal. Only after crossing these unforgiving rivers can the wildebeest, zebras, and gazelles move forward into a new chapter filled with promise. The lavish feast has faded. Dust settles behind the retreating steps of millions of antelope moving north. The Serengeti returns its silence to its true inhabitants. As the vast supply of protein shifts away, the pride suddenly realize their kingdom now feels like an empty storehouse. Yet amid that stark landscape, some choose to remain. They are the slender thread keeping the monarchs from going hungry. The game now shifts from quantity to quality, where wisdom and intimate knowledge of the land matter more than raw muscle. The residents are masters of the menu, like impalas. When the grass dries and loses its nourishment, they pivot instantly to leaves and shrub seeds. This flexibility allows them to maintain their condition, while others move on to preserve their future. Elsewhere, warthogs take advantage of treasures buried beneath the soil. Their sharp tusks are not tools for pursuit, but instruments for digging up roots and water-rich tubers. This skill ensures that even when the land appears like a forgotten wasteland, there is always a meal for those who know where to look. For primates such as baboons and vervet monkeys, the menu is even more varied. Feeding on insects and small animals, these troops turn riverine forests into supermarkets open year-round. Leaving home for these species would mean surrendering their strongest defense network. For a warthog, survival is not measured by sprinting speed, but by the depth of its burrows. They rely on an intricate system of shelters, complex enough to challenge even the most agile lioness. Similarly, baboons depend on secure refuges high in the crowns of towering acacia trees. This is terrain they command. They know every thicket, every rock crevice, every hidden water source. That intimate familiarity makes them formidable and high-risk targets for any predator hoping for a swift strike. When the abundant food from the migration disappears, hunting pressure settles squarely on those who stay behind. Yet these resident prey are seasoned survivors. They possess highly sensitive early warning systems and the ability to draw moisture from plants during the night. This forces lions and spotted hyenas to spend more energy and calculate each move with care. Encounters now become more intense and deeply personal. Predators must face the sharp horns of waterbuck or the razor-alert vigilance of impala. There is no margin for error. But the savannah holds more than those who flee or hide. As the sun continues to scorch what remains, a new force begins to claim the last waterholes. Nomadic giants who neither run nor conceal themselves. With overwhelming size and unmatched strength, they move toward the heart of the kingdom in search of the final drops of water. The pounding of hooves rolls like thunder. Heavy breaths rumble and thick mud splashes into the air. As millions of antelope undertake their perilous migration, the plains are not entirely empty. These giants choose to remain. African buffalo are true permanent residents, holding exacting standards of survival and a defense strategy that is nothing short of ruthless. These thirst-driven giants must drink at least once each day. While wildebeest can endure thirst to cross sun-scorched plains, African buffalo prefer to anchor themselves near permanent water rather than venture into unfamiliar ground. Their digestive system works like armored machinery, grinding down coarse, aging grass and compelling the savannah to sustain them with whatever remains. On another level of the landscape, giraffes command the treetops. To roam across open grasslands would be an energy cost too steep to repay. Standing up to 6 meters tall, traveling hundreds of kilometers would demand an immense expenditure. Instead, they remain with the acacia trees. Hunting an antelope is routine. Hunting an African buffalo is a life-altering gamble. Professional hunters have long called them the Black Death. African buffalo do not flee alone. They counterattack as a herd. A direct charge can leave a lion severely injured in an instant. Young lions who have yet to learn their first hard lesson often carry permanent scars or lose their lives. Even spotted hyenas usually keep a respectful distance unless the target is gravely weakened or a stray calf. A healthy adult buffalo stands beyond the reach of any hyena clan. While predators focus on these massive prey, their every move is observed by 6-meter-tall watchtowers. The giraffe's most formidable weapon is not its long neck, but its legs. A forward or backward kick, powered by the full force of its body weight, can crush the skull of an adult lion. Any element of surprise vanishes under the prey's commanding field of vision. Lions struggle to reach a giraffe's throat, forcing them to leap onto its back or cling to its legs. Yet this is the most precarious position, where they fall squarely within range of a devastating kick. Seasoned predators understand that targeting a giraffe is often a move born of desperation. When the dry season fully settles in, water becomes the most precious currency, and existence is measured drop by drop. These resident giants now face their sternest trial: how to sustain such immense bodies as life-giving resources diminish day by day. Survival will hinge on endurance and resilience. The Serengeti is about to enter its darkest chapter, where the dry season separates the enduring from those who fade into the red dust. For giants like African buffalo, the dry season becomes a race against depletion. As smaller waterholes vanish, they are forced into grueling journeys. The distance between grazing grounds and permanent water can stretch up to 20 kilometers. Every step is an energy debt. Fatigue turns these armored tanks into slower, more vulnerable targets. Meanwhile, giraffes and impalas adopt a more refined strategy, browsing on woody plants instead of grass. By now, grass is little more than empty cellulose, while acacia leaves still hold traces of life. Yet the price is far from small. Acacia trees defend themselves with 5-centimeter thorns and high concentrations of tannins. These residents have evolved digestive systems capable of tolerating both toxins and coarse fiber. Below the surface of the savanna's bustle, warthogs choose concealment. They reduce nearly all daytime activity, spending long hours in deep burrows, where humidity and temperature remain stable. For lions, the dry season is when royal authority is tested by hunger. With 80% of prey having migrated, prides must become meticulous energy accountants. Lions are now the most patient figures on the plain. They can sleep up to 22 hours each day. This is a strategy of calorie conservation. Any attempt to bring down an African buffalo or giraffe at this time becomes a wager where the rewards and losses stand at opposite extremes. Rather than pursuing prey across open land, lions establish ambush points at scarce water sources. They understand that sooner or later, thirst will guide prey directly into their reach. The watering hole becomes the central stage of all drama, where survival and finality stand face to face. At times, a fragile truce emerges from shared exhaustion. Lions and prey may stand only a few meters apart, both too overheated and drained to initiate conflict. Power is a debt often paid in blood, yet for a mother, it begins in absolute silence. After 110 days of pregnancy, instinct guides her into solitude. She seeks a natural fortress among the rocky kopjes to safeguard the lives not yet born. Meanwhile, out on the open plain, her sisters operate the true machinery of survival. These lionesses are the architects of the pride's endurance. With streamlined bodies and the absence of heavy manes, they are precision hunters. They do not simply hunt. They execute geometry in motion. Survival in the Serengeti leaves no room for selfishness. When mothers give birth around the same time, they form cooperative alliances. A shared nursery ensures that even when one mother goes out to hunt, her cubs are guarded and nourished by the milk of aunts and sisters. This tolerance is the key to preserving the bloodline. For the greatest threat does not come from the jaws of spotted hyenas or the claws of leopards, but from nomadic male lions. These intruders crave dominance and may eliminate an entire previous generation to establish a dynasty of their own. In those darkest moments, gentle mothers transform into relentless defenders, standing firm with their final reserves of strength to shield their young. The first small steps onto the red soil of the Serengeti mark the beginning of a formidable journey. These cubs do not yet realize they stand atop the summit of a food chain. Layered with hidden trials, the Serengeti does not welcome the weak with a red carpet. It greets them with a final verdict, hanging in the air. For this future king, every step out of the rocky den is one step closer to the grassland's unforgiving crucible. "80% of lion cubs will fall before they reach their first birthday. Nature has no concept of fairness. This is a ruthless cleansing where life is counted hour by hour, and a mother's vigilance is the only shield." While the pride's warriors are occupied with hunting expeditions, the home front becomes a fatal weak point. Old enemies always know how to wait. Spotted hyenas are specialists at wiping out rivals before they ever have a chance, eliminating future competition before it can rise. On top of that, lone hunters like leopards or packs of African wild dogs are always ready to launch a lightning raid if they spot a cub left alone. Even from above, large birds of prey, or pythons hidden in the grass, see a lion cub as an easily seized source of protein. In this kingdom, size is everything, and when you are small, the whole world is your enemy. But the most brutal threat carries their own blood. When a new coalition of male lions overthrows the old rulers, a primal takeover begins. The new leaders establish their dominance by erasing every trace of the previous reign. In doing so, they not only eliminate a rival bloodline, but also force the lionesses back into their breeding cycle within days. This is a race of dominant genes. The mothers will not accept it quietly. They fight back with relentless determination, sometimes choosing exile, carrying their cubs into hiding across hostile ground to protect the last flicker of their lineage. Even those once hunted have their own form of retribution. African buffalo possess long memories and a simmering grudge. They will actively seek out and trample future kings the moment an opportunity appears.